In UGIO, I don't play fair. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176 Phantom Demon. On the sunny sea, a drowning boy struggled in the sea. Plop along with the waves. The man in the straw hat jumped into the sea and quickly moved towards the drowning boy. Luffy, don't be afraid. The red-haired man was muscular and was about to swim to the drowning man. Suddenly, the two heard the sound of breaking water. What a big shark monster. With Luffy's sharp scream, he grabbed the arm of the red-haired man in the straw hat and tried desperately to drag the man back. The shark monster opened its mouth, revealing its unusually sharp teeth, and bit towards one of the red-haired man's arms. Exclamation mark. At the critical moment, the red-haired man looked at Luffy in his arms, and he hesitated. Silent explosion. Exclamation mark. Boom! The shark monster was crushed by the powerful energy, and blood and minced meat exploded in the air. Luffy and the red-haired man were confused, and they looked up. They only saw an on-mainstream man with golden eyes, standing in the sky and staring at them with a condescending look. Duel elves, not ordinary people can see them. Only qualified people can see their existence. Luffy is the qualified kid. The real silent magician floated back to Yumao's side, and he stepped on Laoai's palm with a calm face. Speaking of which, Yumao also knew at this time that Laoai could fly in the sky. As we all know, Ultraman from the new universe can fly, and Yumao wanted him to take him to his destination. But Laoai said that he could do it too. This damn jealousy. Ultraman will be envied by others, no matter where he is. So handsome. It's Duel King Yumao. Luffy looked happy, and he pointed at Yumao standing on Laoai's palm in the sky and said excitedly, I'm afraid that in the world, except for those villages that have not yet been connected to the internet, there is no one who doesn't know Yumao, the Duel King. Luffy was in Windmill Village, watching the entire broadcast of Duel City. The three phantom gods, Exodia, and Ultraman. So cool. Do you know where the Demon Island is? Yumao looked at the red-haired man and asked, you want to go to the Demon Island? The red-haired man was very surprised. He had heard a lot of rumors about the terrifying island when he was sailing and wandering in the sea over the years. However, the man in front of him was very strong. The red-haired man pointed out the direction very honestly and said, just in front of this direction. You can see it if you keep going. Thank you. It's worth it for me to save you. After Yumao finished speaking, he continued to let Laoai fly. The huge sound of breaking through the air exploded into countless tiny mists in the air, as if the clouds were torn apart. Yumao and Laoai instantly disappeared in front of the red-haired man and Luffy. So cool. This is the Duel King. Luffy was excited, and he wiped the tears from his face. The next second Luffy swore an oath towards the clouds. I, Luffy, swear to the sea, to the sky, to the clouds, to the wind, and to all the fish. I will definitely become the Duel King's man. The red-haired man was shocked. He looked at Luffy in his arms, and quickly made amends. Hahaha, Luffy, it's too hard to become the Duel King. Have you considered becoming the Pirate King? The Pirate King duel is also very powerful. Don't you like this straw hat? I'll give it to you now. Who knew that? Luffy slapped the straw hat off. He struggled and said, I don't want it. I want to be the Duel King, and I want to have a Duel King hairstyle. The red-haired man looked embarrassed. He didn't know what to say. He just felt. Duel King, is he really that charming? Under Laoai's accelerated flight, Yumao took out the letter again. This letter came from a person, that is, Data Kyuji, who had just died not long ago. Although Data Kyuji's body is dead, his soul is probably possessed in the body of a certain all-chemical product. Yumao didn't know how Data Kyuji did it, but the letter did come into his hands. This letter is a letter for help sent by Data Kyuji. Demon Pan Island? Could it be that is the predecessor of the future island of Duel Academy? If so, then Data Kyuji discovered the three phantom demons hidden deep underground? Yumao's heart beat a little faster. He felt that this possibility was very high. After a moment, in the field of vision ahead, an island was clearly visible. The shape was different from the duel island in the GX period, but Yumao's deck was heating up. The female ghost seemed a little uncomfortable, and at the same time he felt an incredible power from deep underground on the island. This island exudes such an evil magic. Magic power emerged from the silent magician's eyes. In her vision, this island might not be ordinary. Perhaps, this island sealed something extremely terrifying. Even you are afraid of this power. Yumao teased, looking at the real silent magician. Have the most vigilant, or of everything in the world. Zenshinmo was stating a fact. The history of this world is too ancient, and in the past when there was no way to trace it, every place had its own gods, to worship and believe in. What are gods? Powers beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, everything that cannot be explained. These powers can be called gods by ignorant people. Even in the era when the foreign gods came, this world was a place of chaos and chaos. Where did you see all these things? Yumao felt that what Zenshinmo said was quite right. According to the same worldview of DM, GX, and 5DS, there are many beings whose powers are beyond comprehension and are called gods. The three fantasy gods of ancient Egypt, the red dragon believed in by the Mayans, the earthbound god who is sleeping in an unknown place, the three fantasy demons sealed on the island, and the aggregation of negative emotions bred by humans themselves. As for external forces, they are countless. The great evil god Zok, the master of the underworld, is one of this kind. The god of Lehagang is also an external divine power, and so is the light of destruction. Thinking about it this way, this blue planet is also a place full of disasters. Royal Magic Library. Zenshinmo stared at Yumao with contempt, and she said, reading makes people wise. The magic library hides many mysteries and secrets. I'm different from that yellow-haired and black-skinned person. As expected of Zenshinmo, while bragging about herself, she also despised the fact that the fantasy trainee magician was reading books all day and was not doing his job. I'll go down first. Yumao jumped from Laoai's palm towards the island. A normal person would surely die, but Yumao was not a normal person. Bang! He landed steadily on the lawn, and the impact of the force created a small hole in the ground. The more he did this, the more Yumao understood that Kabasito's physical strength was not scientific at all. It is impossible for a normal person to jump from the sky and remain unscathed. Yumao suggested that Kaba go for a physical examination to see if his body structure had been transformed by some kind of force. After landing, Yumao noticed a purple mist extending from the ground. This mist was going to invade from Yumao's feet until it parasitized in his body. You are overestimating yourself. The voice of the female imp came from Yumao's deck. A mighty flame emerged, burning all the purple mist to ashes. From then on, within a half-meter range of Yumao, these strange purple mists did not dare to actively invade. There is indeed something wrong with this island. Yumao summoned the magician elves he owned. Gargoyle, Beaker twins, True Silence, Dark Skin. The magicians were good at positioning and tracking magic, and Yumao asked them to help find out the current location of Data QG Temple. Things soon came to fruition. All positioning magic pointed to one direction, which was the inside of the towering crater of the island. The guy from Data QG Temple should be there now. Yumao planned to find Data QG Temple and then proceed to the next step. That's him, the invading outsider. Catch him and execute him. As soon as the voice fell, Yumao found that a lot of men in backward clothes were pouring out from all around, with a strange object tied to their arms, which looked like a dual disc made of unknown substances. In an instant, Yumao was surrounded by this group of people. Kill him. Outsiders are all bad guys. Dedicate him to the great demon god. This group of people have completely lost their minds and seem to regard Yumao as an unforgivable enemy. Special mission, demonized people. Details: the local people infected by the magic energy have lost their minds. Objective: defeat the demonized people in a duel to collect a random number of magic energy. Reward: after the mission is over, the magic energy can be exchanged for corresponding cards. Penalty: none time. 8 hours. Adventure mission: the crisis of Daitokuji Temple. Details: Daitokuji Temple, who is obsessed with alchemy, attempts to find a greater secret than the Philosopher's Stone. He heard that there is a power that shakes the world under the demonic Pan Island, so he traveled thousands of miles to the island, but is currently trapped. Objective: find Datokuji temple and save him. Reward: unknown penalty. Lose a random number of card dust time. None 2 tasks are generated. Compared to saving the idiot Datokuji temple, Miao focuses on the first task. Magic energy can be exchanged for corresponding cards. What can it be exchanged for? You'll know after a test. Miao opened the duel disc, and he used his actions to show his position. It is worthy of being the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Even if this group of people have lost their minds, as long as it involves playing cards, they will still play cards obediently. After the cards are played, I will kill you according to the results. At this moment, Miao's deck is burning. This is the power of the 3 phantom gods. Red, yellow, and blue light are released from the deck. In Miao's eyes, the 3 phantom gods are showing off their power. A shrill scream appeared. The island seemed to have been severely stimulated. The power of the phantom god has triggered some kind of confinement. The demon hidden in the deepest part of the bottom of the island is angry and roaring. Miao's threatening status has also increased rapidly from this moment. This group of demonized people who were supposed to intercept Miao have undergone earth-shaking changes. Combining, Miao said in disbelief. I saw this group of demonized villagers, starting from dozens of them, condensed into a group of unknown people with distorted appearance. Could it be that the people here have actually died a long time ago? Other people I saw just puppets controlled by some kind of power. This so-called demonic island had actually been controlled by the devil for a long time. In any case, the duel began. Miao called the guy in front of him a phantom demon. The phantom demon did not hide the hostility it exuded, and it wanted to devour Miao and couldn't wait. Gurgle gurgle, this phantom demon was still transforming into other appearances. What? Datokuji. After Miao saw the appearance of the phantom demon, he estimated that Datokuji might not be in a good situation now. Miao, I'm Datokuji, your good Taoist friend. The phantom demon used Datokuji's hoarse voice to start bewitching. Incredible things happen to me on this island. There are 3 supreme demon gods hidden here. Their power is incredibly strong. Miao, let's join forces to release them. All our wishes will be fulfilled by the 3 great demon gods. Miao looked at the phantom who was bragging, and he said, stop pretending, let's duel. Or are you scared? The phantom was extremely angry. Since the negotiation failed, he directly made his arm protrude into a duel disc with bloody liquid. Duel. Asterisk to Miao. 4000 LP Phantom. 4000 LP, draw a card. The phantom drew a card from the deck and said expressionlessly, magic card, Star Blast. Star Blast can lower the star level of monster card in your hand. Each star lowered requires 500 life points. Phantom. 4000 LP, 3500 LP. Since it has dropped 1 star, this monster can be summoned without a sacrifice. The phantom demon sneered, and he used the monster's attack to indicate a summon. The opponent sneered with the voice of Datokuji, which made Miao feel a chill. Whoosh, demonic energy emerged. A dark, multi-armed demon emitting black energy appeared. Dark summoning god, 0 attack power, demon clan. Sure enough, the moment he saw this monster, Miao was directly sure that the 3 phantom demons were sealed under this island. This island will be the duel island in the future GX era. Although he didn't know why the seal of the phantom demon was loosened in advance, Miao realized that this was his chance. Phantom god and phantom demon, Miao said he wanted them all. Let you see the strongest power. Release this card to activate. You can special summon my projection from your hand or deck, ignoring the summoning conditions. But in this round, my monsters cannot attack. Bazaar. The shrill demon was screaming, and the dark summoning god was swallowed up by the thick darkness, and turned into a pool of fetid water that fell to the ground. Whoosh, boom, boom. Exclamation mark. From this pool of fetid black water, several terrifying golden lightnings suddenly emerged. Miao felt a terrifying power emerging and being born. This is one of the 3 phantom demons. The Thunder King who controls the power of thunder and magic, Harmon. 0. A friend of mine is going to propose tonight, so there will be only 2 updates. I'll find a chance To make up for it 0, 0, I'd like to thank all the big guys who have voted and subscribed here. The plot of the Phantom Demon won't be too long. The main thing is to find a chance to take back the power of the Phantom Demon and bring together the gods and demons. Chapter 177 Crushed God of Destruction. Golden lightning was spreading, and the huge black skeleton body slowly descended on the field from the bath of lightning. Boom. The sky and the earth were eclipsed. This giant black shadow should have left the most terrifying feeling in everyone's mind, and at the same time, despair would be magnified to the limit. No matter what creature it was, it felt that this terrifying monster was so terrible, as if an endless mountain range was lying in front of them. However, Miao's eyes were emitting golden light, and the 5-pointed star mark on his neck was burning. Facing the oppression and reality brought by the Phantom Demon, Miao stood there like nothing happened. A single Phantom Demon is worthy of making me feel scared? Miao's eyes were unkind, and he stared at the Phantom Demon Man, as if describing a fact. What? The Phantom Demon Man was shocked by the power of Miao. More than the power of the 3 Phantom Gods, Miao has Exodia on him. Thunder King Hammon, 4000 attack power, Thunder Clan. Perhaps because this Hammon is not the original body, his whole body is not golden, but extremely gloomy grey. The 3 Phantom Demons correspond to the 3 Phantom Gods, and the Thunder King Hammon is the female imp among the opposing Phantom Gods. How can I repair it? Trash, trash, this stinky trash. The female imp was angry, and even Miao could feel her anger from the deck. Foolish people will pay the price. The Phantom Demon looked down on Miao with his eyes. Ding, a continuous magic card rises. Thunderbolt of Lost Joy! Exclamation mark. Then cover a card, and I end my turn. The Phantom Demon said very decisively. My turn. Draw a card. Miao drew a card from the deck. Since the opponent used the Thunder King, one of the Phantom Demons, as a provocation, Miao must fight back with the power of the Phantom God. Magic card, light reinforcement. Miao explained loudly. Send the top 3 cards of the deck to the graveyard to activate it. However, the Phantom interrupted at this time. It seems to be a very troublesome magic card, but I will let you see this power. Activate the continuous magic card effect of Thunderbolt of Lost Joy. When there is a Thunder King in attack position on the field, you can negate the effect of the opponent's magic and trap cards. After that, choose the Thunder King on your field, and change it to defense position. Thunder King Hammon. 4000 attack power, 4000 defense power. Boom! Exclamation mark. The sharp lightning fell, and the subsequent effect of Miao's light reinforcement was directly countered. Under normal circumstances, Miao would use the light reinforcement to search for the traitor Deng, but this time the light reinforcement has played the best effect. Exclamation mark. A certain card has been sent to the curtain. Activate the quick attack magic card, the Crushed Destruction God. Miao activated the exclusive quick attack magic card Black Solar Foot. The reward for reaching the top of the Duel King is that Miao has a lot of card scrolls, as well as the presets of other phantom cards and other rewards. This smashed God of Destruction is one of the cards in the preset. Ding, ding, ding. The God's Wrath BGM appears. It's Little Tom AI. It's very considerate to turn on the sound function from the duel disc to match the entrance of Hairstyles. It's really a considerate AI source Phantom God. Damn it. The Phantom Demon's expression was furious. It has always been vigilant and repulsive to the Phantom God. Phantom God and Phantom Demon are originally opposite existences. Don't even think about activating. Open counter trap card. Magic interference array. When a magic card is activated, I discard 1 card in my hand to activate. That activation is invalid and destroyed. The Phantom Demon quietly sent a monster card in his hand to the graveyard, thinking that Miao would not find it. However, Miao saw it. After all, it was the backward rules of the times that led to this scene. The smoke of the magic interference array attacked the quick attack magic card launched by Miao, but what happened in the next second made the Phantom Demon collapse on the spot. The magic card Crushed God of Destruction emitted a strong and dazzling light, and the counter trap card was actually useless. Exclamation mark. Impossible. Why is this happening? The Phantom Man fell into a state of confusion. Humph, stupid. How can you stop the power of the Phantom God? Miao showed the quick attack magic card in his hand and explained, the activation and effect of this card will not be invalidated. And this description is outside the description text of the card effect. It is the kind that cannot be targeted. For example, it is still Kinmagu to block the graveyard, but the reason why the block dragon can still jump out of the graveyard, that is because the resurrection of the block dragon is written outside the effect text. It can be understood as a rule, not an effect. Crush, everything is crushed, and the great power of destroying everything will crush all enemies in front of you. The whole island seems to be shaking. Miao studied the president, and his palm released a strong light, and slammed on the floor. Crush the god of destruction. You can select one of Belix's giant god soldier from the hand card and graveyard for special summon. Monsters special summoned by this effect are unaffected by your opponent's effects during this turn. Boom! Exclamation mark. The floor began to break, and a terrifying dark figure slowly climbed out of it. The roar of the god of destruction shook the earth, and countless destructive energies swept everything, vowing to devour all the enemies in front of him. Finally, the whole island was shocked by the power of the giant god soldier. The 3 phantom demons sealed at the bottom kept screaming. Demons and gods, water, and fire cannot mix. A Berisk's giant god soldier, 4000 attack power, phantom beast clan. This giant god soldier is naturally the real one that Miao made through the card dust. Since Miao came back from Demon Island, he asked the guru's organization to use all its resources to make fake cards of the giant god soldier and sky dragon. Then, Miao helped these 2 fake cards to be filled with the essence, card dust. The trial of God is indispensable. With the help of the female ghost, Miao easily passed the 2 trials and successfully got the remaining 2 true god cards. Traitor of God, a female imp, a dignified serial. Miao took a deep breath. He smelled the scent of God's card. It seemed that the strong smell of ink had not yet dried. No matter whether it was a fake card before, now they are real cards. However, although the god of destruction is so high-end, Miao's god of destruction is not right. Be so scared the monster on the opposite side is disgusting. The Colossus used the most ferocious face to say the most cowardly words. You are the god of destruction, an existence that is not cowardly in the vast sky and the vast earth. How can you be so cowardly? Although the Colossus likes to say repetitive words and is particularly cowardly, his appearance is really intimidating. Destroy the god of destruction, Colossus. The phantom demon was shocked by the ferocious and terrifying appearance of the Colossus, and it even had the illusion that the phantom demon was not the opponent of the phantom god. Go, I normal summon, new universe connector. Miao shouted. Ding, a small and cute female Ultraman appeared. New universe connector, 800 attack power, warrior tribe, can only be activated when this little Ultraman is successfully summoned. From your hand or deck, special summon 1 new spaceman monster or elemental hero new universe man in defense position. Come out, Tigger! Exclamation mark. Miao raised the duel disc and roared for Ultraman to come out. Zeng. A beam of light emerged and Ultraman showed up. Xinuxia's face was still pitch black, and his 2 piercing eyes made it impossible to look directly at him. Yeah, it's still Keihu's strong style. When the giant soldier and Ultraman were present, Miao suddenly had an outrageous idea. Ultraman, can it come into contact and fuse with the god card? The idea was too outrageous, and Miao thought that he could give it a try with the 10th generation or Yami Yuji. He still threw the idea out of his mind. Activate the effect of the giant god soldier, God Fist Smash. Liberate 2 monsters on the field to activate. Destroy all your monsters on the field and give you 4000 points of effect damage. The giant god is usually very timid and submissive, but when it comes to activating the effect, she immediately punches hard. Ultraman and the new universe connector were released, and extremely terrifying energy was wrapped around the giant god's fists. Disgusting monster, go to hell. The giant god blasted out the energy on her 2 fists. The energy of the divine fists crushing, of course, directly crushed and annihilated the solid body of the Thunder Emperor. Boom. The shaking dust flew, and the whole venue was bombarded by the giant god's punch. However, the phantom demon did not suffer any damage, and its life value was still maintained at 3500 points. In the turn, when the Thunder Emperor is destroyed in defense position, all damage to the controller of this card becomes 0. The Phantom Demon struggled to stand up. Its body was torn and tattered, as if it was still affected by the power of the giant god in the Divine Fist's crushing attack just now. Sure enough, that's right. Miao replied calmly. Sure enough, the 3 phantoms in the anime are not as decadent as the real cards. So, the 3 phantoms in the anime also have very high resistance, which the real cards do not have. Miao deduced that the effect of this Thunder King in the anime is like this. This card is not affected by the effects of trap cards, and is not affected by the effects of magic cards activated during the opponent's turn. When this card destroys the opponent's monster by battle, and sends it to the graveyard, inflict 1000 damage to the opponent's life points. When this card is in defense position on the field, the opponent cannot target monsters other than this card. The turn when this card in defense position is destroyed, all damage received by the controller of this card becomes 0. The more phantoms like this, the more Miao wants to take this power for himself. Activate the effect of crushing the god of destruction in the graveyard. When there is a giant god soldier on your field and 2 monsters are released, you can activate it by banishing this card in the graveyard. All monsters in the opponent's graveyard are banished, and the opponent is dealt that number x 500 damage. Miao continued to press on with his victory, and he used the second power of the Phantom God's matching card. I won't take any damage this round, the Phantom Demon explained anxiously. However, it was useless. The giant god soldier still punched it in the face. The Phantom Demon was knocked to the ground, and it howled, very miserable. No matter if you are hurt or not, take my punch first. Miao had a cruel look on his face, and he continued to explain, don't think that I don't know what monster card you sent to the graveyard just now. I cursed. When this grandson activated the counter-attack trap card, he quietly sent a 6-star shield chariot equals Sword Dragon into the graveyard area. How could he tolerate this? It has always been Miao who used the graveyard to block the knife. How could he let this Phantom Demon trick him? Exclude all. This is the biggest reason why Miao activated Smash the Destroyer God, Thunder King, Sword Dragon, Dark Summoning God. These 3 cards were all excluded to another dimension. The Phantom Demon's eyes were instantly covered with black silk, and his breath was extremely creepy. Chapter 178 Kalibo is not afraid of the Phantom Demon. The Phantom felt extremely humiliated, watching the monsters in the graveyard being banished mercilessly. An unprecedented fear also surged into his heart. Is this the power of the Phantom God? What's wrong? Are you so scared that you can't draw a card? Miao covered a card and ended the turn, but the Phantom seemed to be frightened by the power of the giant god soldier. As the turn ended, the giant god soldier's return to dust restriction made this heavy-handed god return to the graveyard. This is the powerful restriction of the resurrection of the gods, but the Phantom does not have this return to dust restriction. Maniac. The Phantom was greatly stimulated by Miao, and he drew a card from the deck. Let the power of the Phantom completely annihilate the Phantom God Maniac in front of him! Exclamation mark. Bitter choice. The Phantom activated the band card, one of the most valuable band cards. Ding 5 cards emerged, and Miao had to choose one to give to the opponent. Wow, these 5 trap cards are Divine Flame Emperor, Uriah, Skill Extraction, Palace Suppression, Palace Edict, Palace Iron Wall. 4 hell cards. This Phantom is probably a good guy who just graduated from the Little Watch Hell training class. If the Phantom starts with the Hell opening instead of the Phantom Axis, Miao really feels that it is super difficult to beat. This is the charm of stickers. If you don't have wind, don't play. Suppression is definitely not a good thing, and it's not good for phantoms to be in the graveyard. Miao chose Divine Flame Emperor, Uriah to add to the opponent's hand, and the remaining 4 trap cards were all sent to the graveyard. It's not over yet. The face of the Phantom without facial features began to wriggle, and it activated from its hand. Dark World Attraction. Dark World Attraction. Both players draw 1 card from the deck, and then choose 1 card from their hand and discard it. Miao and the Phantom each drew a card, and then each sent a card to the graveyard. Miao, who has a very good eye, found that the card sent to the graveyard by the Phantom was the Divine Flame Emperor, Uriah, who had just joined his hand. He did everything he could to send the Divine Flame Emperor, Uriah, to the graveyard. It seems that things are not good. Cover a card. I will continue to activate the quick attack magic card. Turn skip. The Phantom shouted. Turn skip. An M card. Not yet realized. From this turn, skip 3 turns, and the cards on the field will not resolve any effects during this period. This is a magic card used in the future duel ceremony with earth erosion in a small watch. Tick 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 tick. Since 3 turns have been skipped, the covered trap card can be activated directly. The Phantom exudes a strong magic energy. I see. This is your goal. You Miao roughly guessed what this trap card is. Ding, the covered trap card is opened. Continuous trap card. Super flame wave. Exclamation mark. Once per turn, you can activate this effect by discarding 1 card from your hand. Choose one of the following from your graveyard: Uriah the Divine Flame Emperor, Hammon the Thunder Emperor, or Labial the Phantom Demon Emperor, and add it to your hand or special summon it regardless of the summoning conditions. The muscles on the face of the Phantom Demon were trembling, and it remembered the Thunder Emperor who was just eliminated by Miao using the power of the Phantom God. Boom! Exclamation mark. The burning pillar of fire jumped high, and a phantom demon that looked very similar to the sky dragon crawled out of hell, looking at the sky above that was blocked by countless dark clouds, and let out an angry roar. Then, a deafening roar sounded in the sky. It was the attack launched by the phantom demon. And under that huge offensive, the temperature of the entire island suddenly continued to rise. God Flame Emperor Uriah. Attack power, Flame Clan. It looks so much like the sky dragon. Miao couldn't help but say it. Among the phantom demons, the God Flame Emperor corresponds to the traitor dragon, and the overlap between the two in appearance is as high as 80%. Similarly, the anime version of the God Flame Emperor is much stronger than the real card. This card is not affected by the effects of trap cards, and is not affected by the effects of magic cards activated during the opponent's turn. The attack power and defense power of the God Flame Emperor become the number of trap cards in his graveyard x 1000. At this moment, the number of trap cards in the Phantom Demon's graveyard began to emerge. There are 5 trap cards in total: Magic Jammer, Skill Extraction, Palace Suppression, Palace Edict, and Palace Iron Wall. The temperature around is getting higher and higher, which means that the power of the God Flame Emperor is increasing. God Flame Emperor. 5000 attack power. The great power of the Phantom Demon is not just that. The great God Flame Emperor activates his effect once per turn. He can destroy all the trap cards on the opponent's field. Just turn over the covered cards to confirm. At this time, I will activate the trap card damage reduction in a chain. If Miao doesn't activate it again, there will be no chance. The power of the God Flame Emperor is the nemesis of all underworld decks. The flame of the God Emperor. The endless flame spread wantonly in Miao's backfield area. This terrible flame makes people feel palpitations. Bear the wrath of the Phantom Demon, lunatic! Exclamation mark. The Phantom has the Flame God attack. At this time, the Phantom's backfield continuous trap card, Super Flame Wave, continues to activate its effect. Once when Flame God Uriah declares an attack for battle, you can activate it by sending 1 trap card from your hand or deck to the graveyard. During this turn, the ATK and definition of that monster become the number of trap cards on the field, or in the graveyard of both players x 1000. Graveyards on both sides fields. Phantom Demon. 6 trap cards in graveyard, 1 trap card on field. Miao. 1 trap card in graveyard, 0 trap cards on field. That's a total of 8 trap cards. God Flame Emperor. 50,008,000 attack power. The wrath of God Flame will surely punish the world. Even if Miao activates damage reduction, he can definitely not withstand this blow from God Flame Emperor. Boom. A strong flame impact cannon suddenly landed on Miao. Rumble. The entire area began to shatter. Ha 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 ha. This is the power of the Phantom Demon. The Phantom Man laughed wildly towards the sky. At the end of the round, the attack power of the God Flame Emperor dropped back to 6000 points, because the Phantom Man now had 6 trap cards in his graveyard. When the Phantom Man thought he had 1, the word solo Adokana made it collapse on the spot. Miao was standing there, as if nothing had happened, and the diffuse flames formed a scorched earth under his feet. He looked at the Phantom Man indifferently and said, "This kind of attack can't defeat me." The Phantom Man's eyes were full of unwillingness, and he roared, "Impossible. Even if the damage reduction is activated, how could your health not drop at all? Could it be that the 8000 attack power of the God Flame Emperor just now was fake? No matter how strong you are, it is far less than this coolie wave in my hand." Miao showed the chestnut ball in his hand. No matter how strong you are, the coolie wave took all the battle damage. The Phantom Man's mentality was a little broken, and he began to shout for death. Small fish monster. As we all know, generally speaking, calling Kilibo a small monster will not end well. The Phantom is no exception. Chapter 179, The Roaring Female Ghost. The duel ends here. It's my turn. Draw a card. Magic card. Angel's Charity. Draw 3 cards from the deck. Discard 2 cards to the graveyard. Miao generously displayed a card that faintly emitted golden flames and sent it to the graveyard in front of the Phantom Demon, the winged dragon of the Sun God. The Phantom Demon's expression suddenly became very interesting. It seemed to feel the temperature emitted by the winged dragon, which was far higher than that of the God of Flame! Exclamation mark. Magic card, Resurrection of the Dead. Miao activated the best partner of the female ghost, the resurrection of the dead that can revive any monster. Massacre, it's the resurrection of the dead. The Phantom Demon really cooperated and shouted the line, "There is already a way to die." Ding, the bright cross appeared, and the huge resurrection ability emerged. An endless stream of divine flames emerged from the graveyard, and the voice of the female ghost began to get closer and closer. "Ahahaha, you bastard, I'm here, you really can't do it without me, bastard, oh hey." As soon as the female ghost appeared, she looked like she was asking for a beating. Miao could still see the crescent eyes and the smile that couldn't hide the arc on her face. Miao decided to teach the female ghost a lesson tonight and let her know what cruelty is. Winged Dragon of the Sun God. Attack power, Phantom Beast Tribe. When the winged dragon is special summoned, it will gain an unparalleled quick attack effect. I choose to fuse myself with the opponent. Miao activated the power of the female ghost. What? I fuse with the phantom? The Phantom Demon seemed to be frightened by Miao's coquettish operation. It can actually be fused like this? Miao exuded golden residual heat, his arms crossed, his lips constantly opening and closing to chant some mysterious ancient language. The female ghost spread her wings, and a dazzling sun appeared on her chest! Exclamation mark. Miao's body was slowly sucked into the sun. The two merged with each other, blending perfectly, and produced energy far greater than 1 plus 12. Female ghost plus Miao equals ultimate saint removal. After merging with the winged dragon, my health value dropped to 1 point, and the rest of the values all became attack power. Miao's divine response echoed throughout the space. At this moment, Miao was in the center of the female ghost's chest. At first glance, the female ghost seemed to be used as a Gundam, and Miao was the pilot who was using the Gundam. Female ghost. 3999 attack power, 3999 attack power. The Phantom Man suppressed his inner uneasiness, and he roared, "But the great God Flame Emperor has a full 6000 attack power." 6000? Miao's voice came from the female ghost emitting a dazzling golden glow. "You might as well take a closer look at the attack power of the God Flame Emperor." "What? Question mark?" The Phantom Man looked over at this time, and the attack power of the God Flame Emperor was not 6000 points at all. It was 3000 points. Impossible. Why is this happening? Fake. This is all fake. The Phantom suspected that he had been tricked. Otherwise, how could the attack power of the God Flame Emperor be reduced to half? Stupid guy. Because I activated the effect of the Sword Priest in the graveyard. During your or your opponent's turn, you can exclude this card, the Sword Priest, in the field or the graveyard, and activate it for up to 3 cards in both parties' graveyards, and return those cards to the deck. Miao's explanation instantly made the Phantom sober up. That's right. It's because there are fewer trap cards in the graveyard, not that the God Flame Emperor was tricked, and his attack power was reduced by half. But don't be afraid. The Phantom has a hidden trick. Thunderbolt of Lost-Joy has another hidden effect. That is, as long as a Phantom is activated by any of them from the field, this turn, all the damage you receive becomes 0. The damage of the Thunder Emperor itself is reduced to 0, and Thunderbolt of Lost-Joy can also allow other phantoms to enjoy this effect. No matter how terrible the opponent's attack power is this round, the phantom will not lose, and the phantom god has a limit to returning to the dust. As long as he survives the next round, the phantom will definitely have a chance to counterattack! Exclamation mark. Imagination is beautiful, but reality is very skinny. Do you think I don't know the effect of the Thunderbolt of Lost-Joy? You still want to escape the damage of this battle? What a wishful thinking. A magic card in Miao's graveyard became the key card to determine the outcome at this time. Galaxy Cyclone. Exclude the Galaxy Cyclone in the graveyard and destroy it with a face-up magic or trap card on the field. Miao's voice was ruthless and cruel. Is it a wind magic card activated from the graveyard? The phantom watched the continuous magic card on his field, Thunderbolt of Lost-Joy, being torn apart by a strong hurricane from the galaxy. Ah, that's right. This Galaxy Cyclone is the card that the phantom used Dark Realm draw last round and let Miao draw it. Miao sent this magic card to the graveyard on the spot, burying his hand on the spot. Dows's Wind is very useful at certain times, but it's a pity that Galaxy Cyclone is not a noble speed attack magic. The advantage of Galaxy Cyclone is that this card can be used for two purposes. It can also be searched by some cards of the family. Goodbye, disgusting guy. Attack. Miao attacked. He controlled the female ghost's body and launched a shocking attack. Divine Power Flame Cannon. Yeah, I activate the effect of the Super Flame Wave trap card. Continue to send a trap card from the deck to strengthen the attack power of the God Flame Emperor. The phantom explained loudly while struggling to death. Use the trap card to strengthen the power of the phantom to counterattack. God Flame Emperor. 30,006,000 attack power. I said I would kill you this turn. How can I break my promise here? Miao's golden eyes burst into a dazzling light. The female ghost spread her two golden wings, and the whole body was wrapped in divine power flames. The strengthening effect is activated. The winged dragon can sacrifice other monsters on its field to absorb attack power, but in the last enhancement, this effect has become the effect of absorbing the total attack power of all monsters in its graveyard. New Yuksha, 2500, New Space Connector, 800, Chestnut Ball, 300, and the Heavyweight Obelisk Giant Soldier, 4000. Increase the attack power by 7600. The face of the Phantom Demon was full of shock. This terrifying ability to rush. Is this the style of the Phantom God? No, this is the power exclusive to the female imp, and the Sun God in the game does not have this treatment. The energy of the monsters in the graveyard was devoured by the female imp, and the armor of the giant soldier color began to cover the female imp's arms and thighs. Today, the female imp is more and more like a Gundam wearing the armor of the giant soldier. Female imp. 399,911,599 attack power, 11,599 attack power. The Phantom was completely desperate. This kind of attack power, even among phantoms, it was estimated that only that person could achieve it. Boom boom, the entire surface of the earth was blown into ashes by the intense divine flames. Help. Under the cruel torture of the divine flames, the Phantom slowly turned into gas and dissipated on the spot. For a time, the smoke was filled with gunpowder, and deep pits were blown out of the earth. The sky was dyed blood red, and smoke and dust rushed into the sky, covering the sky. In the end, the only person standing on the spot was Miao. The Phantom was burned to ashes by the divine flames of the female imp. Of course, this also included the opponent's deck. Miao didn't even have the chance to take advantage of it. Chapter 180, The Ultimate Saint. Hint, the special mission Demonized People has been completed. Hint, the Phantom Demon is composed of many demonized people combined with the will of the three Phantom Demons. Killing the Phantom Demon is equivalent to, hint, congratulations on getting 1000 points of magic energy. What can 1000 points of magic energy be exchanged for? Miao clicked to view the props of these magic energy fragments, and he soon transferred to a mysterious mall. Thunderbolt of Lost-Joy, Lost Paradise, Dimension Fusion Kill, Dark Summoning God. So that's how it is. These magic energies are used to exchange for exclusive matching cards of the three Phantom Demons. I didn't expect that there is even a venue card for Lost Paradise. Swish Yumao's collection habit and greed began to take effect. He took a look at the price of these cards. Each card starts at a minimum of 200 magic energy. What can 1000 magic energy do? Buy 2 or 3 cards and it's gone. Demon key fragments. I need more demon key fragments. Yumao must redeem all the supporting cards of the 3 phantom demons immediately. The demon key mission has a time limit. If I miss this time, I will not have the opportunity to redeem the supporting cards of the phantom demons. Thinking of this, Yumao had long forgotten about Data QG Temple. He had to patrol this island. Let Yumao check which demonized wild people dare to appear in front of him. Don't even think about running away, not even one of these people carrying demon key. Just like that, Yumao directly transformed into the ultimate exorcist, and he began to appear around this island. Every time Yumao appeared, many demonized people would be killed. Harvest. Yumao's harvesting speed was getting faster and faster, and he also saw through some patterns. Some demonized people would directly turn into demon key after failing to play cards without even a hair left. Some demonized people seemed to have not been successfully assimilated by the phantom demons. As long as the demon key on them was taken away by Yumao, they would directly turn back into normal people. Yumao had a very likely guess. The longer they are invaded by the phantom demon's aura, the higher the degree of assimilation of these people, so they are no longer normal people, and once they fail in the duel, nothing will be left. Those who have not been invaded by the phantom demon's aura for a long time can still be saved. After figuring this out, Yumao's harvesting speed is getting faster and faster, and the number of magic fragments he has accumulated is also increasing at a considerable rate. The more Yumao harvests, the more uncomfortable the 3 phantom demons sealed deep underground will be. The 3 phantom demons originally wanted to take advantage of the loose seal to continuously devour the island with the magic energy emitted, and finally absorb all the vitality on the island. In this way, they can strengthen themselves with the absorbed vitality and continue to attack the seal. The problem is that the duelist outside who holds the power of the phantom god is too much. Exclamation mark. How much power the phantom demon emits, the damned duelist will steal as much. The opponent seems to be a bottomless pit, which makes the 3 phantom demons feel surprised. Normally, just a little bit of demonic energy can make a normal person lose his mind, and finally all his vitality will be absorbed alive. But the phantom god duelist outside is different. It doesn't matter how much demonic energy he absorbs. He is completely a damned exorcist. We can't continue to waste energy. The 3 phantom demons can't continue to release demonic energy without restraint. If they want to break through the seal of the island, the phantom demons must think of other ways. Time is getting shorter and shorter. At this moment, Yumao is not in a very happy mood. He can feel that the demonic energy radiating from the inside to the outside of the island is getting weaker, and it is almost zero now. Without the release of demonic energy, there will be no demonized people. Yumao can't harvest leaks. It seems that the 3 phantom demons have noticed something. Yumao felt that he was harvesting too rampantly, which made the phantom demons realize that he only took in and didn't give out. Little did he know that the power of the phantom demons had long been transformed into demonic energy fragments, which became the nutrients for Yumao to become stronger. Forget it, it's impossible to get all these fragments in 3 rounds. I can only pick some important cards to roll 3 rounds. Yumao opened the mysterious mall of this event and began to exchange cards. Every time the magic fragments decreased, a matching card of the phantom magic would appear, and Yumao felt more satisfied. Below the entrance of the volcano, in a dark area, Data QG was firmly fixed on a dry giant tree by sticky tentacles, and a hydrated apple was perched under the tree. The whole picture was extremely weird. Whoosh! At this time, a purple mist emerged from above. Data QG just touched the mist with his hands, and he couldn't help but yell, "It hurts so much." It was too scary. Data QG's body was the product of alchemy. In simple terms, it was a puppet body, and he should have no consciousness. But when these mists touched him, Data QG still tasted the meaning of the word pain. These things can cause harm to my soul. Data QG instantly understood that these purple mists were his nemesis. I'm afraid that soon, Data QG will really die because of this. People will die eventually. Data QG is not afraid of death, but he hopes that he won't die so aggrieved. Miao, why haven't you come yet? Data QG almost cried. When he arrived at this island, Data QG realized that something was wrong with this island. He was the most outstanding alchemist, and he was still confident about this. So, the clever Data QG made a decision. He sent a letter to Tangshino City in advance. Fortunately, the duel city had ended at that time, and Miao would definitely receive the letter. In the letter, Data QG lied about the danger he encountered and hoped that the other party would come to rescue him quickly. There is only one reason for doing this. Data QG really thought that he would be in danger, and then he really encountered danger and is now trapped in this place. Miao is the only hope for Data QG. Come quickly, Miao. Miao temporarily forgot about Data QG. He was still exchanging cards. Even at this time, he forgot why he came to this island. If the crater had not started to erupt thick magma, Miao would not have woken up. He was already addicted to the fun of combining cards. That's right, combining cards. Miao discovered that the mysterious shop of this event also has this function. Two identical cards can be combined, and there is a certain probability of success and failure in combining cards. When the combination is successful, this card will become a flash card. In addition to its shiny appearance, the flash card can actually increase the probability of getting it. Although the probability is not high, it is also an improvement. The only pity is that the mysterious shop of this event can only combine the matching cards of the Phantom Demon. Otherwise, Miao would first combine all the cards such as the Pot of Greed, Angel's Arms, and Heaven's Treasure card. Chapter 181 Absolutely Unfavorable Duel. The crater of the island became more and more agitated, and magma began to spew out at an irregular frequency. Miao reluctantly woke up from the joy of Hika. If the magician's positioning magic was correct, he remembered that Data QG temple seemed to be at the bottom of the crater. Boom. Boom. In just a few seconds, the long dome and crater suddenly changed from agitation to violence. The magma that burned everything began to overflow. They seemed to be controlled by some force, and poured madly in all directions. It is the power of the Phantom Demon. They seem to be guiding this crater to ignite completely, trying to destroy the entire island. The real silent magician gave this explanation. The Phantom Demons are sealed at the bottom of the island, so they try to use supernatural power to make the island collapse, so as to escape and revive? That's probably it. I don't think they wanted to do this, but you. The true silent magician stared at Miao with a pair of cold eyes, as if to say, you asked the three phantoms to use this method of mutual destruction to break the seal. Miao's harvesting speed was so fierce that the three phantoms would rather lose both sides and use this method to escape. Of course. After escaping, the three phantoms must twist off Miao's head and eat it with soy sauce. What a trouble. Miao said lightly. Miao really didn't care about the escape of the three phantoms. If they dared to break the seal, Miao would have the confidence to beat them to death. The only difference is that this island must disappear. The future GX Duel Academy does not have to be built in this place. Other places are also options. The only difference is that there are other people on this island. Those ordinary people who have changed back from the demonized state. Data QG Temple seems to be still there. What will happen to Data QG Temple after this volcano explodes completely? For the sake of the mission, Miao decided to go to the inside of the volcano to see Data QG. If necessary, he would save the island. At this time, Data QG was still trapped on the withered giant tree. At this time, the purple mist had slowly swallowed his upper body. The painful hoarse voice echoed in this space. This inhuman pain was outrageous even for Data QG, who had experienced many vicissitudes of life. Suddenly, a low voice appeared. It was the kind that appeared in Data QG's ears for no reason. Phantom Demon. Data QG understood instantly that it was the Phantom Demon who was bewitching him. Submission. Surrender as long as Data QG is willing. These pains can be avoided. The Phantom Demon doesn't even mind lending power to the other party to let him realize his dream. The conditions were very tempting. If Data QG really had the power of the three Phantom Demons, he might be able to speed up the search for the Philosopher's Stone. But I refuse. Data QG looked up at the three huge phantom demon spirits above him and said, although I don't know what you want to do, I won't do anything for you. The three phantom demons were silent. But Data QG had no choice. Cooperation was the best, but refusing. The purple mist instantly swallowed Data QG. In this world of Paradise Lost, the other party had no right to refuse at all. The three phantom demons needed a real body, someone who could gather the power of phantom demons of several of them. The body is not the key. What is important is the soul of this body. The strength of the soul is the key to determine the upper limit. Data QG's soul strength is very high. The three phantom demons are very satisfied. The purity of the phantom demon man pieced together by the demonized people is too low. It is impossible to exert the full power of the three phantom demons. But the strength of Data QG's soul combined with the three phantom demons can create the most perfect dual warrior. A moment. A giant purple cocoon was attached to the withered giant tree, as if covering the entire tree, and the huge trunk was sealed in it without any gaps. An extremely cruel scene. Zzzz. Bloodworms with life value entangled emerged from all around, and began to crash into the cocoon one after another. Each of these insects has extremely terrifying vitality. The terrifying cocoon devoured all the energy around it. The three phantom demons injected all the remaining power and the vitality they had been collecting into Data QG's body. Data QG's strange soul could really withstand the injection of the three phantom demons. Plop. A strange heartbeat sound appeared. Puff. The white arms tore open the cocoon, and a pair of blood red eyes slowly opened, shooting out two blood rays from them. A man wearing red armor, and with strange runes carved on his face walked out of it, wearing a hideous golden crown on his head, and behind him spread a pair of wings emitting a strong devilish aura. Weird man. Under the power of the three phantom demons, Data QG Temple was transformed from an elegant alchemist into a weirdo. At this time, footsteps appeared. From far to near, a steady and powerful rhythm sounded on the ground. Finally here, the horse monster voice sounded, and the three phantom demons looked behind them in their combined state. A large hill was seen protruding from the thick mountain wall. After 0.5 seconds, this huge force directly penetrated the wall, and the broken stones splashed on the ground. Miao looked at the strange man in front of him. Although the other party's facial features could vaguely show that he was Data QG, this person could not be Data QG. Three phantom demons. Do you think you can beat me after combining? Miao's eyes were not kind. He found that something was wrong with this place. It was a dark game. Exclamation mark. The three phantom demons controlled Data QG's body, raised their arms and waved, and the appearance of this place was immediately clear. It was a venue card. Paradise Lost. Exclamation mark. It was precisely because it was Paradise Lost that Data QG Temple was successfully invaded without any resistance. Paradise Lost is the habitat of the three phantom demons, and it is their home ground. Let's have another duel. The three phantom demons looked at Miao and said, okay, let's have another duel. Miao opened the duel disc. Duel *2. Exclamation mark. Miao. 4000 LP 3 phantom demons. 4000 LP. However, the three phantom demons are more shameless than Miao imagined. After the duel began, Miao found that the Paradise Lost had been placed in the three phantom demons field area. At the same time, three monster cards instantly appeared in the three phantom demons monster area. Divine Flame Emperor, Uriab, Thunder Emperor, Hammon, Phantom Demon Emperor, Labiel. So you are the real exorcist. Miao looked at the three phantom demons and said, ha 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 ha, if you lose, this island will be annihilated by the erupting volcano, and the soul of this body will also disappear. The three phantom demons patted the face of Data QG with pride. Of course, if I lose, everything I have will belong to you. You lunatic who possesses the phantom god. Facing such a disadvantage, can you still confidently accept the challenge with the power of the phantom god? The three phantom demons in the venue area exuded a monstrous sense of terror. No matter how powerful the phantom god is, the phantom demons are confident that they can ruthlessly defeat Miao with such a great advantage. Miao answered the opponent with action. No matter who the opponent is, no matter what the rules are, I will not lose. My turn. Draw a card. A card was drawn from the deck, and Miao took the card and faced this challenge without fear. Chapter 180 to Chaos Phantom. 3 phantoms are on the field, each with resistance to magic traps, and the God of Flame has the ability to destroy trap cards on the opponent's field. I can't attack in the first round, and I didn't draw a female imp. There is only one way to destroy all the phantoms in this round. At this moment, the 3 phantoms spoke up and said, "Give up." Facing the full power of the phantoms, no matter how you resist, you can't succeed. First, deal with the Lost Paradise field card. Otherwise the 3 phantoms' majestic resistance will be too difficult to deal with. Magic card, Cosmic Cyclone. Pay 1000 life points and banish your Lost Paradise. Miao had to deal with the Lost Paradise card and saw a ray cyclone from outside the universe begin to attack. The Lost Paradise field card, which exuded a strong evil aura, was instantly annihilated by this force from outside the universe. The entire environment immediately changed from a gloomy hell back to normal. Miao. 4000 LP 3000 LP. First, let's aim to kill my Lost Paradise. You seem to know the power of this card very well. I have to admire you. The 3 phantoms felt sorry that Lost Paradise was banished, but he still had 3 phantom monsters on the field and didn't know how to write the word empty. Let me show you the power generated by the new universe. Miao activated the magic card from his hand. New Universe Fusion. New Universe Fusion is salty, but the magic card that comes with it is very valuable. From your hand, deck, and field, send the fusion materials determined by the fusion monster card to the graveyard, and special summon a fusion monster with 1 monster containing 2 elemental hero New Universe Fusion as the materials from the extra deck, ignoring the summoning conditions. The monster cards that the deck is going to send to the graveyard are New Martial Arts and Armed Dragon White. 2 ace monsters are sent to the graveyard, and the fluctuations from a new universe are spreading. The traces of the flowing universe of stars will come into contact with New Hope and be born in this world with the bound dragon. Fusion summon, armed new martial arts. Whoosh, a sonic boom exploded, and the terrifying force instantly lifted up countless rubble on the ground. Ultraman, wearing a powerful armed color armor, raised his fist in a domineering manner, and thick and terrifying lightning spread and danced around it, which was terrifying. Armed new martial arts. 3500 attack power, warrior/fusion, a monster with 3500 attack power. This level can't even pass the defense of my Thunder King. You are simply stupid. The 3 phantom demons didn't take the power of armed new Yuksha seriously at all. However, the lightning wrapped around armed new Yuksha became more and more violent, until this Ultraman swung his fist fiercely, killing Whale Fist. Boom. The huge fist wind mixed with the power of thunder and lightning, wantonly destroying all monsters in front of it. The 3 phantom demons all fell to the street. Impossible. What did you do? Before the 3 phantom demons could react, the 3 phantom demons on his field were all destroyed. Armed new Yuksha can be activated when the special summon is successful. I choose 1 dragon monster in my graveyard and destroy all monsters on the opponent's field with a level below it. Miao has only 1 dragon monster in his graveyard, and that is the 10-star armed dragon White. Therefore, all star monsters including 10 stars and below will be destroyed by this thunder force. Since I can't attack in the first round, I choose to defend and summon Sky Hummingbird. Miao performs a normal summon. Ding, new Cosmic Man Sky Hummingbird, 600 defense, Bird Beast Tribe. Activate the effect of Hummingbird and restore the number of cards in the opponent's hand x 500 life points. As soon as the voice fell, flowers began to emerge from the 5 cards in the hands of the 3 phantom demons, and the hummingbirds began to suck. Finally, all this essence was transformed into life points and absorbed by Miao. 3000 LP 5500 LP. Life points are the cheapest resource, but you must never miss it when you can get it for free. Cover a card, and I end my turn. Miao ended like this. He couldn't attack, so he could only see what the 3 phantom demons wanted to do next. The 2 phantom demons, God Flame Emperor and Thunder Emperor, can choose to resurrect these phantom demons to enter the field by sending the corresponding traps or magic in their hands to the graveyard. So, will the 3 phantom demons continue to summon their own bodies in these ways, or will they? You are really amazing to be able to deal with the Lost Paradise and the 3 Phantom Demon bodies in one turn. No wonder you can get the power of the Phantom God. But your real hell starts from now on. Magic card, Dimension Fusion Kill. The 3 Phantom Demons did not choose to revive the main body in the graveyard, but directly use this Dimension Fusion Kill. It is the Anim version of Dimension Fusion Kill. The Anim version of Dimension Fusion Kill does not seem to have the effect of preventing 0 battle damage. I prefer the Anim version of Chaos Phantom Demon to have the subsequent benefits of Dimension Fusion Kill. The effect of this magic card can exclude the fusion material monster determined by the Phantom Demon fusion monster card from the hand card, field, and graveyard, and special summon that one fusion monster from the extra deck regardless of the summoning conditions. The graveyard of the 3 Phantom Demons flashed a dazzling light, and the 3 Phantom Demon main bodies were excluded by the power of Fusion Kill. A distorted and terrifying energy began to slowly descend on this field. Miao's expression was not good either. He now seriously suspected that the 3 Phantom Demons did not shuffle the cards. Extremely evil, cruel, fighting, screaming, endless sin and chaos. Evil Phantom Demon consciousness, gather. In order to lead the world to a bleak and chaotic struggle, descend from the abyss of the dark hell now. Whoosh, the extremely twisted demonic power is invading this latitude. I don't know since when. In front of you Miao, a hideous and terrifying monster with the appearance characteristics of 3 Phantom Demons appeared. Chaos Phantom Demon Amathal, 0 attack power, Demon Family / Fusion. The spreading evil air continues to erode this place. The Chaos Phantom Demon seems to be an indescribable source of pollution. The moment he appears, all creatures will be restless. Warriors in Yuksha and Sky Hummingbird have extremely ugly expressions. They seem to be unable to bear the terrifying oppression brought by the Chaos Phantom Demon, and they slowly begin to kneel down. Ha 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 ha, this is the ultimate power of the Phantom Demon. The 3 Phantom Demons shouted loudly. This is their true power. When the 3 Phantom Demons merge into one, no one can stop them. Although the Chaos Phantom's attack power is 0, the battle damage I receive through this monster becomes 0. This is the benefit effect brought by the Dimension Fusion Kill. The 3 Phantoms said proudly. If Miao remembers correctly, the Chaos Phantom in the Anim version is completely different from the real card. The Chaos Phantom effect of the real card. This card's attack power increases by 10,000 during your turn. This card cannot be destroyed by battle. The Chaos Phantom effect of the Anim version. This card cannot be destroyed by battle, and the battle damage received through this monster is 0. Once per turn, if this card is in attack position, you can deal 10,000 battle damage to one monster of the opponent. If there are no monsters on the opponent's field, the opponent will receive 10,000 battle damage. During your main phase, you can transfer control of this card to the opponent. At the end of this turn, the controller of this card banishes all monsters on the field except this card, and then the control of this card returns to the original owner's field 0. I won't write too much about the duel with the Phantom Demon. Just like storytelling, storytelling is actually best done with a small number of words. But you will feel uncomfortable reading it 0. Secondly, the Dimension Fusion Kill. The Anim version does not have the saying that the subsequent battle damage is 0, but the O version does 0. Then in general, the auxiliary effects of the 0 version supporting cards of the Phantom Demon basically come from the Anim Phantom Demon itself. I personally prefer that the Chaos Phantom Demon takes 0 battle damage, which is the effect of the Chaos Phantom Demon in the Anim version. Otherwise, it's really stupid. The Chaos Phantom Demon in the Anim version will not attack quickly, and the stupid big guy with 0 attack power standing on the field all the time, even if it is not destroyed by the battle, looks like a fool. Only the Dimension Fusion Kill has a subsequent battle damage of 0 effect. It is reasonable for the Chaos Phantom Demon itself to come from the Anim version. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183. There is no invincible monster. Compared with the Anim version, the real Chaos Phantom was killed in seconds. Let the Chaos Phantom end everything for you. The three phantoms chose to use the destruction effect. He let the Chaos Phantom give the armed New Universe man 10,000 points of combat damage. Therefore, Miao had to bear 6,500 combat damage. Only 5,500 HP were left, which was not enough to withstand the Chaos Phantom's attack. Exclamation mark. Chaos Conquest. The Phantom burst out with twisted and evil dark energy, which instantly spread to the other side, and the armed New Universe man was unable to resist. Boom. The demonic energy burst out, and the entire field was bombarded with the most brutal bombing. You are not dead yet? The three phantoms said in surprise, only to see Miao still standing on the field. Miao. 2250 LP. I used a trap card, and the damage was reduced. The armed New Universe man next to Miao was not destroyed either, and the New Universe fusion could offset one destruction. Stubborn fellow. Then in this case, I will unleash the ultimate power of the Chaos Phantom. The control of the Chaos Phantom will be given to you. Boom, boom, boom. The Chaos Phantom began to move to another area, and this monster full of evil power appeared on Miao's side. The active bull. The bull swordsman was ecstatic. The round is over. The three phantoms. As soon as the voice fell, the huge body of the Chaos Phantom began to disappear. Finally, it returned directly to the monster area of the three phantoms. A twisted dimensional force swept over Miao's field, and the armed New Yuksha and the Sky Hummingbird were all eliminated. Hehe, ha 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 ha. The three phantoms laughed wildly. No one can defeat the Chaos Phantom, no one. So wada kana? Miao said the protagonist's lines. What? The three phantoms' expression suddenly became humanized, and he looked at Miao and roared, don't you, this guy, feel the power from the phantom? The Chaos Phantom is invincible! Exclamation mark. Haha, there is no invincible monster. No matter what kind of monster it is, it will have weaknesses. Even the three phantom gods can't be truly invincible, and you, the three phantom demons, can't do it even more. Miao stared at the three phantom demons with firm eyes, and now explained that he was just describing a fact. Arseholes. The three phantom demons were furious, and the piercing demon screams made the entire crater and even the entire island tremble. The three phantom demons were extremely confident in the power of the Chaos Phantom demon, but the human in front of them actually said such rude words. You may find it difficult to accept, but let me prove it to you with this round. Miao's eyes suddenly sharpened. The power of the anime version of the Chaos Phantom demon is indeed very strong, with strong offensiveness and the ability to exclude all monsters on the opponent's field, etc. These are unparalleled effects. But the only weakness of the Chaos Phantom demon is resistance. That's right, the Chaos Phantom demon's resistance is too weak, and a battle damage resistance is really the same as having no resistance. As we all know, in Yu-Gi-Oh, battle damage is the most common, but battle damage resistance is always the lowest. Magic card, Foolish Burial. I send a monster from my deck to the graveyard. Miao sent a three-eyed monster to the graveyard. The original three-eyed monster can activate its effect by sending it to the graveyard. Add one monster with 1500 or less attack power from your deck to your hand. Miao took a new spaceman in his hand. Normal summon. Roar a beast roar. The dark and beautiful Mad Leopard appeared. New spaceman Dark Leopard, 1000 attack power, beast type. What on earth do you want to do? How can such a low level monster with only 1000 attack power defeat Chaos Phantom? The three phantoms could not understand this behavior. After all, he had never seen the power of the new universe. Let me show you the ultimate Minotaur. I activate the effect of Dark Leopard, targeting one face-up monster on the opponent's field. Until the end phase, Dark Leopard gains everything with the original card name and effect of that monster. What? The three phantoms' expressions changed drastically. Because the object of the Dark Panther's imitation was the one he was proud of, the Chaos Phantom, amateur! Exclamation mark. Gurgle gurgle. The Dark Panther's eyes emitted the color of forgiveness, green and panicked. In an instant, the Dark Panther turned into a pool of dark liquid, and from this pool of liquid, a huge monster began to slowly emerge. It was the Chaos Phantom, amateur. The Dark Panther turned into the appearance of the Chaos Phantom. Dark Panther Chaos Phantom, amateur, damn, bastard. The three phantom demons were angry. The ultimate power of their phantoms and demons was actually imitated by this damned exorcist. The Chaos Phantom is really useful. It can give the opponent's monster 10,000 points of combat damage in one round. This is an incredible suppression force. Miao's cruel smile combined with that non-mainstream hairstyle made the three phantom demons feel the most disgusting in history. This is the feeling of a victim. When have the three phantom demons ever been insulted like this? The Chaos Phantom has the ultimate power. It will not be destroyed by battle, and I will not suffer any battle damage, because the Chaos Phantom is attacked. The third phantom explained slowly. He was just describing a fact. What if the Dark Leopard stole the effect? The Chaos Phantom is still invincible. What? Dakana? Miao suddenly interrupted him. Many black veins appeared on the forehead of the third phantom. He hated what the other party said. Very annoying. My operation is not over yet. I want to activate the magic card. Simple contact. Miao activated the last killer move. Simple contact. Can pay 1000 LP to activate. Special summon one elemental hero monster or new spaceman monster of level 7 or lower from the extra deck, ignoring the summoning conditions. Miao. 2250 LP 1250 LP. The power of justice formed by the new darkness. Turn the light of darkness into a shining road. Come out, elemental hero dark new spaceman. A giant black hole appeared, and Ultraman full of dark matter power was born. Elemental hero dark new spaceman. 2500 attack power, warrior / fusion. The style of the Dark Ultraman is different from usual. Miao thinks that this dark new spaceman is closer to the thing called Fallen Hellman in Digimon. The three phantom demons sensed something was wrong. Unfortunately, it was too late. Dark new spaceman activates its effect, selects an effect monster on the field to activate, and as long as this card exists on the field, the effect of that monster is invalidated. That's right, after the effect of Dark New Spaceman is activated, it is equivalent to a single player continuous skill extraction. Dark Matter Energy Coverage. The Dark Zinuzai's third eye sprayed out light of dark matter, and the arrogant Chaos Phantom Demon was instantly dyed grey. The effect was invalidated, and at the same time the Chaos Phantom Demon let out a wail. This is the end of having no resistance. What's the point of breaking resistance? No, stop it. This is not the duel I want at all. At this moment, the three phantom demons were in a very ugly state, and he already knew what was going to happen next. Chapter 184 Human Machine. Start. Without the effect, the Chaos Phantom no longer enjoys the indestructibility of battle, and the battle damage received must also be calculated. So, the Dark Leopard has stolen the power of the Chaos Phantom. You like the 10,000 battle damage of the Chaos Phantom so much, then taste this delicacy yourself. Miao's cruel smile made the three phantoms shudder in their hearts. Dark Leopard, no, the Dark Chaos Phantom will directly give your body 10,000 points of battle damage. Miao roared. Dark Chaos Conquest. The twisted dimensional chaos energy was ejected, and the Chaos Phantom's body was invalidated, and could not resist this exaggerated 10,000 points of battle damage. At the moment when the three phantoms roared, the Chaos Phantom suffered the consequences of his own actions. He was annihilated by his own power. A powerful person will always be a powerful person. Don't think that the Chaos Phantom chooses to be a powerful person, so he can avoid the consequences. 10,000 battle damage is enough to reduce the health of the three phantoms to 0. The three phantom demons were furious. They had found the right soul. The body of Data QG should be able to bring out their great power to the fullest. How could this happen? It's all Data QG's fault! Exclamation mark. The three phantom demons roared to the sky. At this time, the three phantom demons, who were determined to die, forcibly broke away from Data QG's body. They broke their promise and began to surround Miao at a very fast speed. The settlement of the dark game was starting. The three phantom demons planned to take advantage of the gap and occupy Miao's body during this time difference. Data QG couldn't do it, but Miao certainly could. This duelist who defeated the power of the phantom demon twice in a row must be able to evolve the power of the phantom demon! Exclamation mark. However, the three phantom demons were wrong. They found that they were very wrong. because inside the mysterious space, Exodia had been waiting for a long time, and its explosive muscles were terrifying. Not only that, the three phantom gods secretly attacked the three phantom demons from behind, kicking the three unlucky guys, Thunder Emperor, Divine Flame Emperor, and Phantom Demon Emperor to the ground. Exodia immediately used her strong palm to hold the three phantoms tightly. "You bastards, you want to occupy the magpie's nest, eat shit." The female ghost kicked wildly with her feet, wrapped in divine flames. The female ghost kicked the three phantoms and screamed. The giant soldier didn't dare to go up and beat the three phantoms together, but he found that Zen Silent and the hot girl joined the female ghost and beat the poor three phantoms together. Seeing the three phantoms crying for help, the giant soldier instantly gained courage in his heart, and he chose to join in and punch. The fox borrowed the power of the tiger, but it was the specialty of the giant soldier. With the addition of the giant soldier, the three phantoms were about to be beaten. Little did they know that somewhere, the sky dragon, that had been hiding for a long time, did not join the battle, but his eyes were emitting thunder and lightning, as if he wanted to do something secretly. "I advise you not to mess around." The insect girl, who was hiding in the box, and had never dared to show her true face to anyone, said to the sky dragon, "It's not easy to be the sixth in this day and age. You will pay the price." The sky dragon showed a proud expression on his face. He said that he was just worried that the three phantom demons would do something bad. He was a great phantom god. However, the sky dragon was very surprised. He didn't expect that the insect girl's stealth ability was so strong. She came to him secretly, but he didn't even notice it. The black-skinned girl took out the sketchbook and began to draw on it with a pencil. The scene of the three phantom demons being beaten up must be preserved. This will become a classic in the elf world that will be passed down forever. The phantom demon seemed to find that the black-skinned girl was drawing this scene. "How can this be? Stop it quickly, exorcist." The wailing of the three phantom demons did not stop the black-skinned girl from doing what she did. The dark-skinned girl nodded and said to herself, "Well, that's right, these tears are so real, and this is what makes me want to create. Don't fight anymore, don't fight anymore, don't fight anymore." The twin elves of the two sisters of the beaker, who were wearing revealing clothes, began to persuade them. Their next words were, "You can't kill the phantom demons like this. Let the fierce hungry poison come and spray them, and then let them kill each other. Isn't it beautiful?" Hiss. The three phantom demons who were beaten took a breath of cold air, and they looked at the twin elves with hatred. "Damn the exorcist. These two female elves are more evil than the black-skinned girl. They are female elves from the evil magician clan. The three phantom demons can usually kill weak elves like the twin elves with a breath. However, the tiger is bullied by the dog when it is in a flat land. They are now powerless to resist. You bastard, pretend to be NM." The female ghost kicked out the three phantom demons' eyeballs on the spot with a 9-day thunder double kick. The giant soldier was happier and happier as he fought. His inner fear began to be devoured. In the blink of an eye, his eyes were filled with blood. "Look at my little fists." The giant soldier was covered in blood. He lifted up the female ghost with one hand, and with the other hand, he used a strong suction force to pull the traitor dragon who was hiding in the dark and unwilling to come over. Infinite energy maximum. The female ghost and the traitor dragon turned into two circles and then formed an infinite symbol. The golden phoenix and the traitor dragon emitting thunder power were entrenched on the giant soldier's fists. Boom. This punch was as powerful as 300 years of skill. The three phantom demons regretted it so much that they had no intestines. Hint, the mission of saving Data QG Temple is completed. Hint, congratulations on getting 5,000 crystal stones and one blank card. Miao took out this blank card and said slowly, "Isn't this the one Data QG gave me on the shunting?" As he said that, Miao took out two blank cards and said suspiciously, "How to use this thing? What is its use? Can it become a philosopher's stone?" After some research, Miao found that he couldn't figure out anything, so he simply put the cards away. As for Data QG, Miao tied him to a tree and lit a fire below. "Yeah, Miao, let me down quickly. I'm going to spend a lot of effort to get another body now that this body is gone." Data QG cried miserably, but Miao didn't listen at all and ran away. The seal of the phantom demon has loosened, which may be related to Data QG in a certain more indirect way. Miao would rather this guy lose his body than for him to cause trouble everywhere. For some reason, Miao has been feeling a little uneasy since just now. This uneasiness does not come from the 3 phantom demons. Phantom demons are not enough to give Miao this kind of palpitation. Miao feels that a terrible crisis is coming in the future. It is possible that this is the big crisis that Isaiah mentioned. At this time, the Jino city, which is very far away from the island, KC Group, Kaba handed the latest rules in his hand to Keeping and asked him to post them on the official websites of KC and the International Illusion Society, and also use public resources to announce them. Hey, brother, you cancelled the restriction that fusion monsters cannot attack in the same round. Keeping was very surprised. He remembered when he set this rule. This is what his brother said. Ha 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 ha, my Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon is so powerful. If it can attack in the same round, then the opponent doesn't have to play at all. This rule is my mercy. Ha 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 ha. Why? His brother wants to change it back now. Keeping can't understand it. HMPH. Keepy, just do as I say. Kaba looked indifferent, and he did not explain any reason. After Keepy left, Kaba took a deep breath. The card of the Phantom God is gone. If this rule is still used to restrict the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, how can we play? Kaba closed his eyes. These days he has been thinking about how to defeat the Phantom God. In the end, Kaba did not think of a way. Because the 3 Phantom Gods are too powerful. Kaba has spies throughout the city, and he has learned that Miao gave the 3 Phantom Gods to Yuji! Exclamation mark. What a stupid thing to do. Give the strongest monster to someone else with your own hands. Miao, what are you thinking? Damn it, how can I defeat Yuji who has collected the 3 Phantom Gods? Kaba couldn't help but say it. No, Kaba suddenly thought of something. Miao is full of mysteries. Since Miao can have a second winged dragon, is there a possibility that Miao actually has the 3 Phantom Gods? So he returned the 3 Phantom Gods to Yuji so that he can play that boring memory search game. Yuji has 3 Phantom Gods. Miao also has 3 Phantom Gods. Kaba, I must find a monster that surpasses the 3 Phantom Gods. Kaba gritted his teeth. No, I can't accept it. Kaba can't be left behind by Yuji and Miao. Thinking of this, Kaba couldn't sit still any longer. He stood up, picked up the duel disc, and entered the exclusive duel room. Human machine startup. Kaba asked everyone to get ready and began to load Muto Yuji's data, and at the same time, loaded the latest 3 Phantom Gods data to the opponent. A shocking duel quietly began. Yuji, human machine, with 3 Phantom Gods vs Kabasito. The test ended quickly, as the giant god's heavy punch fell. Kaba was no match for the 3 Phantom Gods, and lost to Yuji, human machine, regretfully. The more this happened, the more Kaba was sure of one thing, that ordinary monsters could hardly fight against the 3 Phantom Gods. The power of the Phantom Gods was too terrible. How can we surpass Miao and Yuji, who each have their own Phantom Gods? Make a ban list and lock the Phantom God cards in a small dark room. Kaba was frightened by the idea, but unfortunately, his pride did not allow him to do so. Only by surpassing the top 3 Phantom Gods can the duel monsters move towards a greater future. Escape is useless. For some reason, Kaba thought of the Synchro monster in Miao's hand. That kind of white monster seems to be the new evolutionary direction of duel monsters in the future. I wonder if the Synchro monsters can surpass the 3 Phantom Gods when they develop to the extreme. What does that guy Pegasus think? In 2 days, Pegasus will come to Tongmino City to launch a joint event. Kaba thought of testing the other party's attitude at that time. According to Pegasus's personality, the other party may have created a monster card that can match the power of the Phantom God when creating the 3 Phantom Gods. If this is true, then Sito Kaba will get this card at all costs. Chapter 185 The Old Man and Hell. The entire earth was shrouded in grey and dust, and the sky was always gloomy. The sun was high in the sky, but it also looked dark and ominous, proving that this era had reached its doomsday. The once prosperous city was desolate, with collapsed buildings and chaotic and broken roads. There was no safe place to be found. The air was filled with the smell of burning and decay, and there was a dead silence. There was not even a faint cry for help, or crying from afar. Even the cockroaches with strong vitality that had survived the Jurassic era could hardly survive in such a doomsday. Click. At this moment, a thin and weak cockroach bully showed his head, as if he was surveying the surrounding environment. When he slightly showed his head, boom! Exclamation mark. The scorching red rays instantly annihilated the cockroach bully. Beep. The destruction of life is complete. Complete. A robot with the infinity symbol engraved on its chest began to turn around and leave, and this scene was just a daily occurrence around the world. Yes, the human beings of this era have perished. No, the word destruction should not be used. After all, there are still people trying to save everything. Rashomon. This hidden place was once called Rashomon by their group. As he had been sleeping for a long time, the man had forgotten why he called it Rashomon. He only remembered that at the last moment of despair, everyone chose to enter the hibernation chamber. Escape. Maybe. But it was more of regret and remorse. They failed to save this ruined future and fate. The man's weak body crawled out of the hibernation chamber. The dry wrinkles on his face were a little unbearable to watch, but his deep and dark eyes were gleaming with brilliance and determination, as if to penetrate time and space and see the past and the future. Humanity. How is the human being in this world now? Has our last effort, the Noah's Ark project, really succeeded? The frail old man fell to the ground, but he completely ignored the pain in his body and chose to climb onto a large screen, tapping the instrument with his fingers frantically, using the power of high technology to search for symbols of life activities and various images around the world. No, it won't be like this. How could it be? The old man looked at the data and various inhumane images in front of him, and he couldn't accept this cruel truth. Until the old man's eyes flowed with tears of resentment and despair, he had to admit one thing. Humanity is over. Their last efforts did not work. Under the push of history and fate, efforts and plans are like paper toys, destroyed without suspense. Exclamation mark. While searching the world just now, the old man did not find any trace of his companions, only to see that a piece of information was left in this room. The old man clicked on the information, and it took him only 3 seconds to digest what the other party wanted to convey. In short, Paradox, his comrade in arms, believed that duel monsters were the real murderer who caused the world to be destroyed. He wanted to go against the will of heaven and choose to travel through time and space to go back and kill the one who led the world to shine with duel monsters. The father of duel monsters, Bacchus. Exclamation mark. Bacchus? When you can't solve the problem, then solve the person who wrote the problem. And Bacchus was targeted by the old man's companions. Paradox, paradox, paradox. The old man suddenly muttered this word. This paradox is not that paradox. Paradox. This theory involves the law of causality. Traveling through time and space to change the past will lead to something happening. Effect appears in front of cause. Paradox is a concept in logic. In the same proposition and reasoning, there are two opposing conclusions, and these two conclusions can be self-consistent. For example, Zhangsan does homework in elementary school, but each of his homework is not written by himself. Instead, his future self will hand over a homework with answers to his past self at a specific time. Then the question is, who completed this homework with answers? The old man has studied this problem with other groups, and this plot has appeared in many movies. A certain group or a certain person and some information travel through time and go back to the past to change something. Going back to the past is currently possible for the old man and the paradox partner. However, you must face a problem. Grandfather paradox. Assuming that it is at the same time. Zhangsan went back to the past and killed his own grandfather and grandmother before his father was born. Since his grandfather and grandmother died, there would be no biological father of Zhangsan. Without a father, there would naturally be no Zhangsan. Everything about Zhangsan's future should be erased. Exclamation mark. So, if all the existence and information of Zhangsan in the future are erased, then who killed Zhangsan's grandfather and grandmother? A huge contradiction began to emerge. The past cannot be changed. The old man once had a like-minded scientist partner who explained that time has a self-contraction mechanism. No matter what people in the future change when they go back to the past, other things will eventually happen to cause the past to be revised. It's like there is an invisible hand in the dark pushing things back to their own trajectory. However, another partner also proposed a parallel universe, which is a different but similar timeline world. Changing the past in the future will lead to the birth of different new timelines, but the birth of new timelines will not affect everything that happened in the original timeline. If you believe that there are different parallel universes, then on a straight line timeline, different bifurcations will appear at a certain point, and each different bifurcation represents a different parallel world. Of course, the premise is that the parallel universe world really exists. However, the old man has no evidence to prove this theory. Even if this theory is true, that will not change the universe of this timeline. Suddenly, the old man looked at the black sun hanging high in the sky. Bifurcation line. The old man seemed to have thought of something at this moment. He began to write and draw on paper with a pen, assuming that parallel worlds really exist. Time and causality really have correction contraction. Could it be that it is not that a timeline generates bifurcations representing different parallel worlds at a certain point? Instead, there are already bifurcations of several parallel worlds, and these bifurcations are pushing these worlds to converge into one point with a great force of time contraction. Question mark? The old man remembered an experiment that a partner had participated in. That partner once said a sentence. Zone, is there a possibility that it is not the past or present me that determines what I will be like in the future, but the future me determines all my present and past experiences? A paradox. Don't go back. It's useless. All parallel worlds will eventually enter the final ending of our era. Suddenly, like a kite with a broken string, it was suddenly pulled by some force, and this force pieced everything together again. Zone's expression returned to calm. What he had just thought and done suddenly seemed to have never happened. After reading the message left by Paradox, he slowly explained, going back to the past to change the future. Paradox, you are really a bold guy. Maybe I can do the same. It's just that the time period I choose is different from yours. The attitude of Zone before and after the two was completely different. On the shuttle line of time, a man riding a huge D-wheel was going against common sense and speeding through time. Going back from the future to the past is an act against heaven. Paradox has no choice. He can only take a gamble. Reverse the past. As long as Pegasus, the father of duel monsters, is killed, then everything can be saved. Synchro monsters will not be born, and the things that happened later will not happen. Pegasus, you have already chosen to die! Exclamation mark. Paradox has already treated Pegasus as a chicken that can be manipulated at will. However, before that, Paradox has to do one thing. He must first go through the Duel King eras of different timelines. Exclamation mark. Take away the ace monsters of that era to increase his own strength. Paradox first set his sights on the 5DS era, which was the best era and the worst era. And Paradox's heaven-defying move began from this era. Wow, that's amazing. This is news from a long time ago. Well, a photo of Duel King Yuji Muto and the father of duel monsters Pegasus. Hey, if I can duel with Yuji Muto, I must let him see how powerful the Crimson Dragon is. Hahaha, fake crying. Do you really want to make me laugh to death? Inherit my black feather? Yusui glanced at his friends who were playing and fighting early in the morning, and he smiled with satisfaction. I'm going out to test the D round. Let's go together. Bang, the door was closed. Yuxing drove the enhanced D wheel on the track, feeling the cold wind and excitement. His blood was boiling. Suddenly, a ruthless invader appeared. The opponent and Yuxing were forced to start a duel. During the duel, Yuxing vaguely realized that this guy did not use his true strength. It seemed that there was a huge conspiracy waiting for him. As we all know, none of the U generation is timid. When facing danger, they just use their Tamashii to rush up and do it. Just like that, Stardust Dragon was driven away in front of Yuxing. Yuxing was confused. Exclamation mark. Chapter 186, The Paradox of Correction. Stardust Dragon. Yuxing roared. But the ruthless invader didn't care about Yuxing at all. He ran away immediately after bullying Stardust Dragon, and he escaped in an extremely weird way. Yalxing gritted his teeth, looking helpless. At this time, Fake Cry and Crow from behind also rushed over in the D-wheel. Yalxing, what happened? Yalxing told the two what happened just now. Unexpectedly, Fake Cry's reaction was the biggest. He clenched his fist and roared, "Unforgivable, this guy stole the Stardust Dragon because he thought my Red Lotus Dragon was not worthy? Don't let me know who this guy is, otherwise, I will definitely use the power of the Red Lotus Dragon to beat him hard." Against the sky. Crow never thought that Jack would say such a against the sky at this time. "You are worthy of it, the little prince of coffee, the instant noodle master." Fake Cry. "Buzz, it's so hot." "Me too." Yalxing found that his dragon head mark was getting hot, and he seemed to feel the power of the red dragon blessing his whole body. A message came into his mind. Time travel! Exclamation mark. The man who took away the Stardust Dragon traveled back in time, and was wreaking havoc on other eras. Yusa's D-wheel began to be empowered by the power of the red dragon. He sat on the D-wheel, and the two wings of bright red energy began to flap. The power of the red dragon. Start. "Come on, Yusa." The crow cheered loudly behind him. Yusa's D-wheel began to rise in the air, and just when everything was happening in the original trajectory, the power of the red dragon was suddenly disconnected, and Yusa and the D-wheel fell directly to the ground and overturned. Why? Yusa seemed to be communicating with the dragon head mark. The will conveyed by the red dragon was vague, as if warning Yusa not to continue chasing. The dark evil will devour all comers. The guy who took away the Stardust Dragon has already stepped half a foot into the abyss. At this time, the paradox that took away the Stardust Dragon still began to soar on the timeline. However, his eyes suddenly went dark, as if a pair of hands blocked his sight. What happened? Paradox couldn't understand. The timeline was soaring. Such a strange thing shouldn't happen. This abnormality disappeared quickly, and Paradox regained his vision. Strange, what happened? Paradox found that the space-time tunnel around him seemed to have changed a little. He vaguely felt that something was different, but he couldn't say it. He just felt that something was different. Paradox's plan has reached the second stage. He has already snatched the Stardust Dragon. The next step is the monsters of the GX era. The electronic Terminator Dragon, the ultimate gem god. These powerful monsters are all targets that Paradox has set his sights on. It would be a good thing if he could attack the new Yuksha. With the power of so many monsters, Paradox has a better chance of going back to the past and killing the Cass. Guided by the power of the D-wheel, Paradox successfully saw a concave position in front of him, which was the timeline he wanted to enter. Boom. The huge white D-wheel followed Paradox and was sucked into this pit that exuded dark power until the concave position slowly shrank as if nothing had happened. The ultimate space-time turbulence caused Paradox to fall in a strange place. Paradox and the characteristic D-wheel were also separated. What's going on? Paradox was shocked by the scene in front of him. He found that this world was full of darkness and various negative emotions. This was a world of chaos and despair. The GX era should not be like this. Paradox suspected that he had entered the wrong timeline. It was obviously the GX era, so how could this beautiful era be the same as the doomsday that destroyed the future? Rumble. Horrifying lightning flashed in the sky covered with dark clouds, and at the same time, Paradox's vision also saw some distant landscapes. It was a giant tower that soared into the clouds, supporting the earth like an Optimus Prime. The tower body was as black as ink, and some strange patterns and weird runes were carved on the tower body, and the spire was covered in blood. Several dark thunders were continuously emitted from the spire. It turned out that these lightnings came from this terrifying giant tower. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Paradox seemed to feel that at the top of the giant tower, there stood a man wearing black robes and armor, exuding a terrifying aura. Cold sweat seeped out of Paradox's forehead, and he realized that he had encountered an unprecedented spectacle. "Who are you?" Suddenly, a voice appeared behind Paradox. Paradox turned around and saw a man in black clothes sitting in a wheelchair. "In this desperate world, I didn't expect that there would be other survivors besides me." The man in black had a cold face, as if he could no longer find a reason to live. and the giant tower in the distance seemed to have a reason that this man had to face. Are you Caesar Liang of Hell? Paradox had a strange expression. As a man of the future, he naturally studied every duelist in the past, and Caesar Liang of Hell was naturally one of them. Impossible. How could this be? What on earth is going on in this world? Paradox wanted to locate his D-wheel and quickly escape from this absurd world. However, Hell Caesar Liang said to Paradox, although I don't know who you are, we have nowhere to escape. The 12 worlds have long been merged, and now we are in the prison gate. Paradox was confused by Hell Caesar's words. What is this person talking about? What 12 worlds have long been merged? The expression on Paradox's face was completely captured by Caesar Liang. He was very surprised that the other party was pretending to be a newbie. However, at this moment, a strange change occurred. In the vast Black Sea, a terrifying spectacle suddenly occurred. The viscous seawater was splitting, showing a huge bridge made up of various white bones. What is this? Paradox was shocked by the strangeness in front of him. Invitation. He has noticed me. Hell Caesar Liang pushed the wheelchair without changing his face. He seemed to know what he was about to face. For some reason, Paradox looked at the back of Hell Caesar sitting in a wheelchair. He was really curious about what happened in this world. Why is it so different from the history I know? Yes, Paradox quietly followed Caesar Liang of Hell. He used other methods to step into the skeleton bridge leading to the terrifying giant tower in front. Once you move towards the giant tower in front, the black fog in front of you becomes more and more creepy. Gurgle. The solid feeling under your feet is squirming. Paradox was surprised to find that the skeleton under his feet was actually moving. Question mark? Hehe. Ha 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 ha, human stupid sacrifice. On both sides of the skeleton bridge, various monsters with strange demonic appearances suddenly appeared, and they seemed to laugh at someone who overestimated his own abilities. Demon. Paradox's expression was very interesting, but Caesar Liang, who was in front, was not affected by the surrounding environment at all. What is ahead? Chapter 187 Overlord. Here we are. When the road has an end, no one can keep running away. Paradox sneaked to the bottom of the giant tower. Observing this terrifying giant tower up close, Paradox found that the giant tower in front of him was actually a castle. 4 demon monsters from the dark world stood guard at the gate as guardians. In Paradox's field of vision, the Hell Caesar Liang, who was sitting in a wheelchair, was looking up at something, and he shouted loudly, I'm here. Don't you even have the courage to come out? Come out? Paradox was puzzled. Did Hell Caesar Liang come to this place to find someone? Boom. Bang, bang, bang. The 4 dark world demons exuding a strong aura began to kneel down. Various demons in this strange world also knelt down at the same time. It seemed that someone was about to come out. The black sun. The dark sun began to fall from the top of the giant tower. The demons kneeling on the ground, with their hands clasped together, their faces full of pious expressions, they worshipped the king who ruled the 12 worlds from the bottom of their hearts. Wow. The black sun appeared in front of Hell Caesar Liang at some point. The moment the energy dissipated, a man in black armor walked out of it, his golden eyes filled with ruthlessness and cruelty. This man, who exuded overwhelming power, looked at Hell Caesar Liang and said, I'm the Overlord, the king who dominates this world. Overlord. Lord Overlord. Welcome Overlord. At this moment, all kinds of demons in this strange space cheered the name of Overlord. Overlord? Paradox had an ugly expression. He had no idea what Overlord was. In the future, there was a popular shampoo called Overlord. It was said that it turned people from hairy monsters into bald heads and soon went bankrupt. Caesar Liang's eyes were very complicated. He looked at the familiar stranger in front of him and said, it is natural for the strong to dominate the weak. Then, Jude, I want to challenge you here. Facing Caesar Liang's questioning, the Overlord remained calm. His golden eyes stared at the other party and slowly spoke, you are seeking your own death. Isn't it better to hide in a lump and live a miserable life? The one who kills will eventually become a dragon. Jude is now unable to communicate, and the only one who can fight him is Caesar Liang. Caesar Liang couldn't help but think of what happened 6 years ago. If O'Brien and Jim's power could really wake Jude up in that crucial duel, wouldn't there be the Overlord today? No, if you have to think so, if Xiang and the others were more determined at the time, there would be no overlord at all. Duel, overlord. Caesar Liang opened the duel disc in his hand. At this point, even if there is hell ahead, he is ready to face everything. The overlord's golden eyes exuded strange fluctuations. He slowly raised his left arm, and the black steel duel disc opened instantly. The duel began. Hell Caesar Liang vs Overlord. Paradox hid behind and peeked, his expression full of horror. Yuki Jude? This second generation duel king is actually the Overlord? What is going on in this world? Is it crazy? Uncle Paradox now no longer has the rebellious look he had just when he traveled through time and space. He just wants to continue observing quietly. My turn. Draw a card. Hell Caesar Liang drew a card from the deck. He looked at the card in his hand with a ferocious expression. Magic card. Electronic emergency SOS. This magic card allows Caesar Liang to add a light attribute mechanical type monster that cannot be normal summoned from the deck to his hand. Normal summon. Cyber Dragon Core. Ding, a monster made up of various elliptical electronic parts is born. Cyber Dragon Core. 480k. Machine type. Activate if this card is successfully summoned. I add one Cyber Magic / Trap card or Cyber Tech Magic / Trap from my deck to my hand. Hell Caesar Ryo retrieved a card from his deck and added it to his hand. Cyber Dragon Core? Is it a tactic to search for magic traps and strengthen defense? Uncle Paradox began to analyze the battle situation. According to historical records, Yuki Jude never seemed to have defeated Caesar Ryo. Of course, history can only be used as a reference. Uncle Paradox can't bring history into this crazy world. I activate the magic card, Fusion Gate. Hell Caesar Ryo's hand action has not stopped. Fusion Gate. As long as this card exists on the field, the player can remove the fusion material monster determined by the fusion monster card from the hand, or on their own field from the game, and special summon that one fusion monster from the extra deck as a fusion summon. Cyber Dragon Core is treated as a Cyber Dragon monster on the field. Activate the effect of Fusion Gate to fuse the Cyber Dragon Core on the field with a Cyber Dragon in your hand. Come out, Chimera Dragon. Boom boom boom. A bombing-like sound suddenly appeared. Chimera Dragon. 2180k. Machine type / fusion. When Chimera Dragon is fusion summoned successfully, activate this effect targeting the number of spell / trap cards on the field with the maximum number of monsters that are fusion materials of this card. Destroy those cards. The card that Hell Caesar destroyed was Fusion Gate. Boom, this fusion exclusive field card was destroyed. Fusion Gate benefits both parties, so will it be blown up after use? Uncle Paradox muttered to himself. Ding, Chimera Dragon activates its effect, and Hell Caesar Ryo sends two monsters, Primal Cyber Dragon and Cyber Dragon, from his deck to the graveyard. For each card sent, Chimera Dragon gains one opportunity to attack. But it cannot attack during the first turn cover to cards, and I end my turn. Caesar said. The Overlord had no expression on his face. He drew a card from the deck. Pot of Greed. The Overlord continued to draw two cards from the deck. Activate the field magic card, Overlord City. The Overlord raised this exclusive field magic card in his hand to activate it. Boom, boom, boom. The towering tower was shaking. It turned out that where they were was the Overlord City. As long as this card exists in the field zone, you can fusion summon fusion monsters that can only be special summoned by the effect of Dark Fusion using effects other than Dark Fusion. Magic card, Fusion. The Overlord shows two monsters in his hand. They are Elemental Hero, Wilderness Hero and Elemental Hero, Wingman. How the twisted power of fusion emerges, and the normal fusion itself becomes extremely evil and profound under the interference of the Overlord City. Boom boom boom. A hero monster exuding an evil aura enters the field. Evil Heart Hero, Wilderness Wind Demon, 1980k, Demon / Fusion. When Wilderness Wind Demon attacks, the opponent cannot activate magic and trap cards until the end of the damage step. At the same time, when this card inflicts battle damage to the opponent, activate it, and all set magic and trap cards on the opponent's field are destroyed. If you want to use magic and trap cards, now is the time. The Overlord did not bother to mention the effect of his monster, while Hell Caesar Liang looked at the Overlord City field card thoughtfully. Judging from the Overlord's tone, Hell Caesar believed that this overlord city should have an effect similar to the rush attack. Therefore, 1900 attack power is not the ultimate goal of Wild Wind Demon. Overlord, you are such an arrogant guy. Caesar Liang did not activate the face-up card. The overlord suddenly smiled contemptuously, and he said, so that's the case. Then I will activate this magic card. Angel's Charity. Draw 3 cards from the deck, and then discard 2 cards. Hell Caesar Liang looked unkind. He looked at the overlord and said, you are using this magic card now. Have you been letting it go from the beginning? But the overlord ruthlessly told one thing, the weak are not qualified to ask for answers. Then, 2 cards were sent to the graveyard, and the overlord activated another magic card. Dark Summoning. Exclude the fusion material monster determined by the fusion monster card from your hand or graveyard. The effect of Dark Fusion can special summon one fusion monster, and Dark Summoning can also be used as the effect of Dark Fusion. Evil Heart Hero Evil Blade Demon and Evil Heart Hero Hell Demon were both excluded from the graveyard. The ultimate darkness wild evil, and the domineering power that conquers everything seem to be telling the story of the overlord's reign of terror. What is this power? Uncle Paradox's expression turned pale, and he opened his eyes eagerly to see clearly what was happening in front of him. For a true duelist, inner darkness is a necessity. The overlord waved his arms and shouted, come out, Evil Heart Hero Evil Blade Death Demon! Exclamation mark. Boom. The ground was crushed by a powerful force, and a monster emitting a dark aura appeared. Evil Heart Hero, Evil Blade Death Demon, 3080k, Demon/Fusion, 3080k. Caesar Liang had a bad expression. He realized that the overlord was going to attack, and he had to activate the face-up card at this time. Otherwise, when the Wild Wind Demon attacks, Caesar Liang cannot use the face-up card. Before you declare an attack, I open the covered trap card, Cyber Overflow! Exclamation mark. Choose any number of Cyber Dragons from your hand, graveyard, and face-up monsters on the field, up to one of the same level. After that, select the number of cards on the opponent's field that are excluded and destroy them. This destruction does not take a target. Caesar Liang banished 2 cards, the original Super Dragon and the Super Dragon body in the graveyard. Disappear. Evil Heart Hero, Evil Blade Death Demon and Wild Wind Demon. Hell Caesar Liang roared. I see, that's why I sent the Cyber Dragon monster to the graveyard on the first turn, just to cooperate with this trap card. Uncle Paradox discovered Caesar Liang's intention. The terrifying brain hemorrhage storm began to spread. The 2 evil hero monsters on the overlord's field were caught in it. However, the Wild Wind Demon was destroyed, while the Evil Blade Death Demon with the highest attack power was unscathed. How could it be? Caesar Liang looked surprised. The darkness in your heart is just like this. The overlord looked at the other party with his golden and cold eyes and explained, the Evil Blade Death Demon card cannot be destroyed by battle or effect. No matter how strong the brain hemorrhage is, as long as it is destroyed, there is no way to deal with this Evil Blade Death Demon. Stupid tactics. Everything you have is just like this in front of absolute darkness. Attack. The overlord uttered these 2 words. The Evil Blade Death Demon began to show its sharp blade and attacked the Chimera Tyrannosaurus on Caesar Liang's field. At this time, as Hell Caesar Liang guessed just now, Overlord City did have a boost to the evil hero's attack. Once per turn, with the blessing of Overlord Castle, during the damage calculation of a battle between your demon type monster and the opponent's monster, you can activate this effect by sending one Evil Heart Hero monster from your deck or extra deck to the graveyard. Until the end of this turn, the 80k of Evil Blade Death Demon increases by 200 times the level of the monster sent to the graveyard. After saying this, Overlord sent a fusion monster from the extra deck to the graveyard. It was a 6-star fusion monster card, Evil Heart Hero, Hellfire Wind Demon, Buzz, Evil Blade Death Demon. 30,004,280k. Boom, the 2180k Chimera Dragon was ruthlessly crushed. Hell Caesar Liang endured this huge battle damage. He even covered his heart and prayed not to fall down at this time. Hell Caesar Liang. 4000 LP 1900 LP. Chapter 188, The Final Struggle. I'm ending my turn. It's your turn to attack. Overlord crossed his arms and stared at Caesar Liang with cold eyes. Super Dragon, in Caesar Liang's hands, can burst out with powerful power. Overlord is looking forward to whether the opponent can defeat his indestructible Deathblade Demon. Overlord. Caesar Liang drew a card from the deck. He looked at the Cyber Dragon in his hand and said, "Open the cover card. Continuous magic card. Mecha Drive Knight." Dong dong dong. The collision sound of machinery and gears appeared. Under the eyes of Overlord, the surrounding area was surrounded by steel mechanical buildings. At the same time, Overlord also found that the Deathblade Demon changed from demon type to mecha type. Deathblade Demon. 30,002,500 attack power. Under the effect of Mecha Drive Knight, all monsters on the field will become Mecha type, and my Mecha type monsters will increase their attack by 500, while yours will decrease. After Caesar finished speaking, he saw that he special summoned the last Cyber Dragon in his hand. When the opponent has a monster on the field, the Cyber Dragon can be special summoned. Dung Cyber Dragon. 21,002,600 attack, match. Even if the attack power is surpassed, the Deathblade Demon will not be destroyed. The Overlord just finished speaking, but found that the Deathblade Demon on the field was shrouded by a huge black shadow. Then, accompanied by a roar, the Deathblade Demon is gone. Then, on the field of Hell Caesar Liang, a mechanical dragon made up of several tire shapes appeared. Chimera Fortress Dragon. 20,002,500 attack, mech/fusion. What? The Overlord was slightly shocked. He didn't expect that the Deathblade Demon that could not be destroyed would actually leave the field in this way. Hehe. The summoning conditions of Chimera Fortress Dragon are Super Dragon plus any mech monster on the field. For each fusion material, the attack power will increase by 1000 points. Caesar wiped the sweat off his face. He looked at the Overlord and said, "Now there are no monsters on your field. Overlord, you lose. Attack." Hell Caesar Liang entered the battle phase. The Chimera Fortress Dragon with 2500 attack power opened its mouth and sprayed a scorching sound wave attack. Bang! Exclamation mark. The Overlord retreated several meters, and his expression did not change at all. His health began to decrease. Overlord. 4000 LP 1500 LP. The attack succeeded, so this is the last blow. Hell Caesar's eyes shone with light, and he activated the quick attack magic card from his hand. Cyberload Fusion! Exclamation mark. He returned all the corresponding fusion materials from his own field and the banished zone to the deck, and selected the Cyber Dragon fusion monster from the extra deck to fusion summon. Overlord. With a roar from Caesar, he fused the two Cyber Dragon monsters in the banished zone on the field. The power of distortion rose up. Boom! Cyber Twin Dragons. 28,003,300 attack power. Machine type/fusion. Since I used quick attack fusion during the battle phase, the battle is not over yet. Attack. Caesar continued to issue attack commands. Cyber Twin Dragons can attack twice, which means that this wave of battle damage is 6600 points. Overlord has no cards to resist, and the attack of Chimera Fortress Dragon just now proved this. I won this battle. Hell Caesar Liang shouted. Paradox, who was hiding in the building behind, saw this and thought that Caesar Liang was going to win. However, Paradox always felt that something was wrong. Until Overlord's golden eyes emerged with terrible power, and he raised a card from his hand and shouted, "Stupid, how can this attack defeat the one who pursues darkness? This card can only be special summoned when you declare an attack." A strange laugh appeared. Behind Overlord, a demon monster with demon wings and difficult to distinguish between male and female appeared. Paradox felt the terrifying power from this monster. Ubel Elf. Boom! Ubel Elf, 080k, demon type. When this monster is special summoned, I add this magic card from the deck to my hand. Overlord shows a nightmare pain from the deck search. Dare to attack. It seems you are out of your mind. Overlord. Hell Caesar continues to order Cyber Twin Dragon to attack the Ubel Elf with 080k. However, the evolution ray sprayed on the body of the Ubel Elf, but Overlord looked calm and did not take any battle damage at all. I said your attack is too stupid. Ubel Elf cannot be destroyed by battle, and the battle damage incurred by this card is 0. Overlord explained mercilessly. So no matter how high the Cyber Twin Dragon's attack power is, and how many times it attacks, it can't deal with this Yubel elf. Damn it, I'm covering a card. A Yubel elf completely crushed Cyber Twin Dragon's chance to end the opponent's victory, and Caesar could only end this turn. Let me make you realize how stupid your behavior is. Overlord's eyes were unkind. He drew a card from his deck and activated. Continuous magic card, Nightmare Pain. Sizzle. This continuous magic card released a fascinating purple mist. People would subconsciously feel ominous at a glance. Hehe. I activate the effect of Nightmare Pain, destroy the dark attribute monster on my field, and add a card with Yubel in the deck to my hand. Overlord pointed at the Yubel elf on the field and shouted, "Become my power, Yubel." Yubel elf's face showed a fanatical expression. She was willing to become Overlord's stepping stone at this moment, even if she sacrificed everything. With the sacrifice of Yubel elf, Overlord drew a card from his deck that exuded the ultimate evil power. At the same time, when Yubel elf is destroyed, Overlord can special summon a Yubel monster from his hand, deck, graveyard, or banished zone. Come out, become my power again, and the evil in your heart will devour everything. Overlord said. The real Yubel monster enters the scene. Yubel, 0 attack, demon. There is such an effect? Paradox was shocked, as if he had seen the truth. I'm afraid this world is no longer the world he knew before, but another parallel time and space. It turned out that when the timeline was shuttled back, Paradox really inadvertently confirmed the existence of parallel time and space. In this world, Yuki Jude did not become the Duel King, but the Overlord. Exclamation mark. Attack, Yubel. The Overlord showed a cruel effect, and he let his monster take the initiative to attack the Cyber Twin Dragon. What? Paradox was frightened by the Overlord's operation. However, there must be something fishy. Sure enough, the Overlord explained at this time, under the continuous magic card Nightmare Pain, your monster must choose Yubel to attack, and all the battle damage caused by the Yubel monster in battle will be borne by the opponent. Yubel's eyes turned red, and painful thorns began to entangle his body. The Cyber Twin Dragon also had red eyes. It seemed to be mocked by the light, and began to spray out the evolution flame without hesitation. 3300 battle damage will not affect Overlord, but Hell Caesar Liang will have to bear this huge damage. It's over. Paradox sentenced Hell Caesar Liang to death. However, Overlord, it's not enough. It's not enough. Hell Caesar Liang covered his heart and roared to activate the trap card. Wall of Power. This Wall of Power is the effect of the original anime. The most direct experience is that every time you receive 100 battle damage, you throw one card from the deck to offset it. Yugai Overlord's expression suddenly became ugly. Hell Caesar Liang pulled out 20 cards from the deck and threw them into the air. Hula la la. Several cards fluttering in the air began to form a shield, and the 3300 battle damage from Yubel and Painful Nightmare was offset by 2000 points. Caesar Liang. 1900 LP 600 LP. Puff. Sizzle. Overlord's ultimate move was successfully resisted by Hell Caesar Liang. Well done. Exclude the Fierce Spirit Corpse from the graveyard. Special summon an evil hero monster from the deck, and I'll sacrifice this monster as the price for Yubel. Cover another card. It's your turn. The Overlord's blood began to boil. He hadn't felt this way for a long time. Caesar, you did a good job. Are you about to collapse? Hell Caesar clenched his heart. He could feel the burden on his heart collapsing. This body has been lingering until now, and it will eventually die. However, someone must stand up to stop the Overlord in front of him. He has nothing to lose now, except that Hell Caesar doesn't want to lose here. Overlord, your Yubel card will be smashed to pieces by my electric stream. Come with the intention of dying. Hell Caesar burst out with passionate willpower. He fiercely pulled a card from the deck. The Overlord's eyes flickered. He murmured, with only one card in hand, you can still create this kind of power. Magic card, Pot of Greed. Hell Caesar bet all possibilities on this card draw. Crash. 2 cards were drawn from the deck. I got it. I normal summoned this monster card. Ding, the power of Dark Electrons was released on the field. Electronic Dark Chimera, 800 attack power, mechanical. Send the inner and outer in your hand to the graveyard, and add a power combination from the deck to your hand. Hell Caesar's shoulders were shaking, and his expression became more and more perverted. Power combination? The Overlord recalled the memories of the Duel Academy. But, so what? No matter how high the attack power is, Ubel and Nightmare's Pain are the perfect combination. Hell Caesar's mouth showed a cruel smile. His graveyard began to glow, and he said, activate the inner and outer in the graveyard. Activate with one light, and one dark monster in the graveyard. These two monsters return to the deck, and I will continue to draw a card from the deck. For victory, I can give up everything. Hell Caesar's fingers turned white, and he continued to pull out a card from the deck. When he saw the trap card in his hand, Hell Caesar began to laugh wildly. The combination of Ubel plus Nightmare Pain is indeed the nemesis of all attack monsters. But, exclude the trap card in the graveyard. Skill Breakthrough can only be activated by targeting one effect monster on the opponent's field. The opponent's effect monster is activated, and the effect of that monster is invalid until the end of the turn. Hell Caesar aimed at Ubel. Zzzz. Ubel's body began to be buried in grey under the interference of Skill Breakthrough. Through the wall of power, I sent Skill Breakthrough to the graveyard last turn. The Overlord's expression changed from indifference to more expectation. But as long as Nightmare Pain exists, even if Ubel loses its effect, you still have to bear the battle damage that should be launched. The Overlord took the initiative to put this naked reality in front of him. As long as Nightmare Pain exists, he is still invincible. Then just destroy it, that's it. Caesar brightly activated the magic card in his hand, Parallel Tornado. This magic card, which was drawn into the hand through the previous inside-out combination, can destroy Nightmare Pain at this time. Parallel Tornado can send a magic or trap card on the field to the graveyard, and choose a card on the field to destroy. Hell Caesar Ryo wants to destroy the most troublesome Nightmare Pain on the Overlord's field. The continuous magic card, Mechanical Knight, is sent to the graveyard. Boom, Nightmare Pain is shattered by the strong tornado. Overlord subconsciously clenched his fists, and his two strongest defenses were broken. Ubel and Devil's Pain were all eliminated by Hell Caesar Ryo in advance. In this case, your Ubel is a monster with 0 attack power. Hell Caesar still has one card left in his hand. This card is already a clear card, that is, the power combination. Power binding can only be used to fuse the mechanical monsters on the field and in the hand. But I have Sibir Dark Chimera. When I use power binding, the mechanical monsters in the Sibir field of the graveyard can also benefit. Overlord, this is my last struggle. Hell Caesar Liang used all his strength to stand up from the wheelchair. He activated the magic card from his hand, Power Binding. Too much power will come with a price, and this is the best explanation of power binding. Sibir Dark Chimera on the field plus Sibir Dragon in the graveyard plus other Sibir field mechanical monsters in the graveyard in an instant. Many fusion materials appeared in front of Overlord. Impossible. This kind of power actually overwhelmed the evil in my heart. Overlord said in disbelief. Chimera Overload Dragon. 12,000 attack power. Mecha/fusion. You should not have forgotten that with the blessing of the combined power, the attack of Chimera Overload Dragon will be doubled. Therefore, the real attack power of Chimera Overload Dragon, after entering the field is 24,000 points! 24,000 attack power. Paradox was shocked by this overwhelming value. Isn't this more exaggerated than his Sin series attack? Overlord, go to hell with me. Hell Caesar has found that his body has lost consciousness. At the last moment, he ordered the Chimera Overload Dragon with 24,000 attack power to attack. Super Evolution Jet Flame! The extremely destructive flame energy sprayed in front of Overlord. Boom. A huge brilliance appeared with an explosion. When the dust settled, an incredible scene occurred in front of Paradox. Overlord did not lose a duel, but Caesar Liang on the other side knelt on the ground. The winner of this duel is Overlord. What on earth just happened? Paradox focused his attention on Overlord's field. Chapter 189. Overlord invades Tongxi City. At this moment, this duel has come to an end. On the Overlord's field, there is a fusion monster. Ubel, Eternal Love, 0 attack power, Demon/fusion. The kneeling Caesar Liang has lost his vital signs. He launched an attack at the last moment, but at the same time, he also lost the duel. The Chimera Overload Dragon with 24,000 attack power has also disappeared. Looking at the desolate battlefield, the Overlord's expression is still paralyzed. The Hellsee's Liang, who can no longer speak, has come to an end with this duel. Paradox subconsciously feels that something is wrong, and he wants to quickly leave this parallel world caused by the wrong timeline. However, the Overlord is not satisfied yet. A pair of golden eyes, as if engraved in the field of vision of Paradox from the heart. The Overlord looked through the obstacles. He looked at Paradox and said, "Unknown rat, you have been watching for so long, then you will continue to be the opponent of this duel." When Paradox came to his senses, he had appeared in front of the Overlord. Overlord looked at Paradox and explained mercilessly, "At the moment, when Chimera Overload Dragon attacked just now, I activated the quick play magic card, Super Fusion. Discard a card in your hand, and choose a monster on your field and the opponent's field to fuse. The opponent cannot activate the effect of Super Fusion, but activates the card effect." That's right, before Chimera Overload Dragon successfully attacked, Overlord used Super Fusion to fuse Ubel with the opponent's monster. Ubel Eternal Love, the fusion monster, was born in this way. When Ubel Eternal Love is fusion summoned, it will inflict effect damage equal to the number of fusion monsters * 500 on the opponent. In any case, the failure of Hellsee's Liang was doomed from the moment Super Fusion was activated. Rat, it's your turn. I'll keep the situation like this, and you will regain the corresponding life points and hand cards. Come on, let me see how much darkness you have in your heart. The departure of Hellsee's made Overlord's desire unsatisfied, and Paradox was the first victim. Paradox also found his own situation. If he didn't defeat the Overlord in front of him, he couldn't leave this wrong timeline and wrong world. Paradox only wanted to come to the GX era, to take away the ultimate gem god in the Cyber-End Dragon, but he came to this absurd wrong world, and was caught by the Overlord to play cards. Humph, I, Paradox, am not a duelist controlled by Renran. The future is more cruel than you think. My turn, draw a card. Paradox drew a card from the deck and activated Sin World. Due to the duel rules at this time, Overlord City was instantly squeezed by this new field card. Paradox's fierce battle began. Paradox was engulfed by the terrifying flames in front of him. At the same time, his life value dropped to 0. Plop. Paradox, the most courageous man, was crushed by the Overlord at a ruthless speed. Overlord looked at Paradox, and he said with a look of disgust, "It seems that the darkness in your heart is just like this. Besides, you are not from this era." Ubel personally caught Paradox, and threw him at Overlord's feet. At the same time, Overlord invaded Paradox's mind with dark power. Until a moment later, Overlord showed a surprised expression. Parallel world, does it really exist? According to this man's route, he should have captured the electronic Terminator Dragon and the ultimate gem god in this era. Then continue to retreat the timeline, and go back to the former Tangxi city to assassinate Bacchus. Overlord manipulated Paradox to locate and summon the D-Wheel that could accomplish such an incredible thing. Ubel looked at Overlord with a sickly face, and she asked, "Lord Overlord, do you want to go to the past Tangxi City?" Overlord answered Ubel with practical actions. He used Paradox, the most courageous man, as a disposable battery. Tangxi City. Various gorgeous fireworks were hung high in the sky. The various warships of the KC group patrolled above, just to hang banners. This is the manifestation of being rich and powerful. Janouchi was grinning, and the symbol of a money grubber flashed in his eyes. "What's wrong with you?" Honda looked at Janouchi speechlessly. Since this morning, Janouchi has been grinning like a silly dog, which is simply too embarrassing. Hehe, don't you know? Today's joint fantasy event, that guy Bacchus is bleeding a lot, and those who participate in the scene can not only get card rewards. That guy Bacchus will draw a lucky person from the scene, and let this lucky person choose one of the latest Monster Series reinforcement cards launched by the International Fantasy Society. Janouchi heard that this time the reinforcement includes the 6 samurai. Presumably, this must be prepared for himself. Hehe, Bacchus is really a kind guy. Honda didn't know whether to say something or not. He felt that Janouchi was dreaming. Everyone. Anzi's voice came from behind. Janouchi and others looked behind them and saw Anzi pulling a little kid with a jellyfish head. "Who is this jellyfish head?" Janouchi asked while touching the other's fluffy hair. A lost child. I just met him outside. Anzi's tone was a little strange. So that's it. A lost child. No wonder Anzi brought this child here. Honda and others understood instantly. But Anzi continued to say, this child is called Yujo Jude. He said, he is Yumao's disciple. Because of Yumao, Anzi had to bring this lost child here. As far as Anzi knew, Yumao didn't have any disciples, and didn't know this child. Janouchi and others all expressed doubts. They wondered if this child was crazy. Feeling the suspicion of Janouchi and others, Jude took out a painting from his backpack, held it up high and said, look, Yumao also used a monster like this. Isn't it very similar? The sloppy Ultraman style is indeed 80% similar to the Zenyakusha that Yumao used. So, because of this reason, you said you are Yumao's disciple. Xingzi was confused, as if she had heard a ridiculous story of a void apprenticeship. Of course. Jude nodded cutely. This Ultraman painting is also the work he brought to the competition today. When he thought that the Duel King Yumao also used this kind of monster, Jude's face was full of excitement. It seems that you are a crazy fan of Yumao, so you must know my uncle Janouchi. Janouchi pointed at himself with a smile on his face and frantically hinted Jude to take over. Little Jude was very obedient and asked, brother, who are you? Damn it, I'm also a qualified contestant for Duel City. How come you don't know me? Janouchi felt very uncomfortable. It turned out that he had always been unknown. He thought he was already a household name. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190 Fateful Encounter. Tomino City, Central Square. The linkage between the International Illusion Society and the KC Group allowed many duelists and reporters to occupy positions in advance. Even locals like Janouchi and Kyoko could not find a suitable position in this place. Isn't this too exaggerated? Honda looked at the dense crowds of people around him. He felt that today was not like a day of activity, but a jammed scene during a holiday. I really envy Yuji himself. He is already rehearsing at the International Illusion Society, right? Janouchi said. Compared with their group of miserable people who have to find a suitable position, Yuji is undoubtedly a winner in life. After all, he holds shares in the International Illusion Society. At this time, a young and immature voice appeared. Everyone, you are here too. Shy but handsome face. This is a bunny-eared devil! Exclamation mark. Ah, Taper, where have you been recently? Why can't I see you? Honda and Janouchi were very happy to see Taper. For some reason, the Rabbit Demon King did not participate in the next round of Duel City, so they both thought that the white-haired Taper in front of them was still the Taper they once knew. Hahaha, sorry, I have something going on at home recently. Taper made up a random excuse to get away with it, and then he accidentally saw the little Jude hiding next to Enzi. In Taper's eyes, this child was very wrong, and seemed to have hidden a terrible power. When you look at others, others are often looking at you. In the eyes of the little Jude, Taper should be a warm and lovable neighbor brother, but in fact, the other party exudes a disgusting breath from the inside out. This breath scared the little Jude. Taper glanced at the little Jude and stopped paying attention to him. He had a mission today. Muto Yuji, the secret Taper, will protect. That's right, Taper always felt that something would happen in the Domino City today. He had to come immediately to protect Yuji Muto and the Millennium Blocks, to prevent the other party from having an accident or suddenly dying. You should help find a suitable empty place nearby. Anzi looked helpless. She looked around, but didn't find a suitable place. If she continued like this, they couldn't even see the big stage in front of them, let alone participate in the event. Suddenly, the flow of people around was getting bigger and bigger, and Anzi found that she had lost the trace of Jude. This scared Janouchi and others. Although this little jellyfish head was a little strange, they would never tolerate a child disappearing before their eyes. Even Janouchi, who was the most concerned about the event, took the lead and said, let's go and look for him separately, and don't worry about the event for the time being. Taper suddenly felt as disgusted as if he had eaten shit. Find a chicken feather, child. He came here for you, Jimuto. Who cares about that jellyfish head kid? However, Taper still pretended to be smiling, but in fact he scolded Janouchi and the little jellyfish head several times in his heart. The 3-year period is coming, and when the great evil god returns to the city, he will definitely destroy the city and this little jellyfish-headed gauze. On the other side, after Xiao Jude accidentally separated from Xingzi and others, he walked alone to the small park next to the central square. In fact, it was a strong intuition that led Xiao Jude to this place. Crash. A strong wind blew, and the painting in Xiao Jude's hand fell out of his hand and floated in a direction forward. Wait, Ultraman. Xiao Jude was panicked, and he began to run to chase the painting, until a figure appeared in front of Xiao Jude. Bang! Exclamation mark. Xiao Jude fell hard to the ground, and the painting was grabbed by this person. The painting is good. You seem to be a very potential duelist. Hearing this, Xiao Jude looked up, his face full of shock and joy. You Yao Miao, are you the duel king Yao Miao? Xiao Jude's face turned red, and he began to stutter a little when he spoke, which was a manifestation of extreme excitement. Take it, child. Yao Miao returned the painting in his hand to the other party. Xiao Shide happily took the painting. What could be more important than the affirmation of an idol? It was his lucky day to meet the duel king Miao. However, Xiao Shide's luck was not over yet. Miao handed 2 cards from his pocket to the other party and said, "These 2 cards are given to you. I believe you will like them." Shocked, Xiao Shide didn't expect that he could be treated like this. He stretched out his trembling hands to take the cards given by Miao. Monster card, Winged Kiriko Ball. Equipment, magic card, Beloved Hero. There is no need to explain the Winged Kiriko Ball too much. Even if Miao doesn't give it to him, Xiao Bio will give the card to the other party in the future. Beloved hero? To be honest, this is a little selfish of Miao. Even if it is my stupid memory, it will always be my beloved hero Yachin Jude. This is the most satisfactory answer that Jude gave to Professor Greed when he graduated. I believe that there is no card more suitable for the other party than the equipment card of Beloved Hero. Wow, hahaha, so awesome, such great cards. Can I really accept these precious cards? Xiao Shide was very excited. He never thought that he would be treated like this. Miao looked at the overjoyed Xiao Shide and said, "Take it. This is your card." "Thank you, brother Miao." Xiao Shide took out his deck from the small backpack behind him. He happily added this beloved hero, and Winged coolly waved to it. However, at this time, Xingzi found this place. Seeing Miao was also here, she was confused and surprised. "Miao, when did you come back?" Xingzi immediately forgot about Xiao Shide's existence, and ran over to try to find out where he had been recently. "I came back yesterday. The reason I didn't contact you was to deal with some things." Miao and Xingzi walked side by side, as if they were very close. Xiao Shide felt that the atmosphere between the two was not right, but he had no evidence. Special mission, invasion from the future and other dimensions. Details: the International Illusion Society and KC Group have joined forces. This is destined to be a sensational moment in the history of the dual world, and a disaster is about to occur in Tangshiai City today. Target: please protect this city. Reward: penalty, loss of important cards, deduction of card dust asterisk 1000. Time: none. This mission has appeared since yesterday. Miao remembered the large-scale disaster mentioned by Shizei Kyu, and he estimated that it should appear on this day. Therefore, Miao returned to Tangshiai City yesterday and secretly arranged some means. Boom boom boom. At this time, a large number of fireworks appeared in the sky. Buzz buzz buzz. A helicopter engraved with the International Illusion Society slowly appeared, and a hot man appeared. Chapter 191. Bacchus has a monster that surpasses the god card. Bacchus, a legendary name. In the eyes of many people, dual monsters were created by Bacchus, and he himself is also a very good duelist. In addition to the appearance of the dual kingdom, today, this living legend met many duelists again. "Oh, dear duelists, it is a great honor to meet you." Bacchus slowly went down the ladder extended from the helicopter. After all, he couldn't learn the desperate appearance of Kaba. Although that appearance was very handsome, it was really deadly. Bakass, look at me here. Bakass, please love me again. Bakass dad, I'm your long lost son. With the appearance of Bakass, the rich thigh, the people of the scene began to go crazy, and all kinds of strange words came out. Janauchi, who was still looking for the little Jude, was dumbfounded. Damn, this group of people is more shameless than himself. Oh, your passion makes me burn with lust. In order to put out this flame, I need a heavy rain. Bakass said a line that is extremely easy to be misunderstood. However, the next second various cards were floating in the air. That's right, the heavy rain that Bakass asked for was a benefit. The money rain of the duel monsters card. Awesome. Bakass is really generous. Janauchi reached out and took a card. Damn, lightning strike! Exclamation mark. This is a super rare card. Janauchi instantly joined the army of snatching this time. On the other side, Miao and Xingzi also came to the scene with a little jellyfish head. At first glance, they looked like a family of three. However, Miao set his eyes on the sky and reached out to take a card. Magic card, big fireball. Good guy. Miao took this thing calmly. Miao, I got this card. Xingzi raised the monster in her hand and asked eagerly, is this monster very powerful? The card Xingzi got was Twin Angels. When an angel type light attribute monster is advanced summoned, the Twin Angels card can be released as a sacrifice of 2. The Twin Angels card cannot be destroyed by battle. Of course, this card also has a weakness. When the controlled duelist is damaged by battle or effect, this monster card will automatically explode. Sister, this card is a very rare angel type monster. You are so lucky. Zhao Jude explained. Yeah, I also think I'm very lucky today. Xingzi was hinting at something. On the big stage in front, Bakass saw that the atmosphere was almost heated up, and he felt that it was time to launch the next highlight. This time, the International Illusion Company launched 3 series, 2 of which were reinforcement packs, Heroes and 6 Warriors. As for the theme of the new series, Bakass did not say it for the time being, and he kept it a secret. The person who took out the Heroes and the 6 Samurai booster packs was actually Komiya himself. Under all the eyes and spotlights, Komiya was very nervous. He held a luxurious portable small display stand with a tense expression. On it were 2 cards of the series booster packs. Oh, Game Boy, don't be so nervous. We are the protagonists today. Bakass walked to Komiya, and the 2 of them almost leaned against each other, looking very friendly and nice. The flash of the camera kept flashing below, and this historic scene has been recorded in the history books. This event was naturally broadcast live. In the top office of the KC building, the president and Kipi were both watching the live show. Brother, are you really not going to take a look at the scene? Kipi asked his brother. No need. Although it is a collaboration between 2 companies, the protagonist this time is the International Illusion Society. Kaba looked at Bakass on the screen with a bad look in his eyes. He continued, if I go to the scene, I might be dragged out by this guy Bakass to play a clown. Kaba was in a very ordinary mood. When Bakass arrived in Tongmanai City, he went to meet him in person. The purpose, of course, was to test whether Bakass really had a monster that could surpass the God card. The result of this test made Kaba excited and unhappy at the same time. The exciting thing was that Kaba was sure that Bakass must have monster that surpassed the God card, but this guy Bakass refused to hand it over! Exclamation mark. Refusing to give it? It doesn't matter. After today's event is over, Kaba will personally find the other party to force it. Whatever Kaba wants, he will definitely get it by any means. Yeah. Wow. Who? At this time, after seeing the new reinforcement card, everyone's eyes were shining, and their expressions were crazy. For duelists, the temptation of powerful cards is more exaggerated than their own wives. Just ask, isn't it tempting to commit crimes when Bakass displays these reinforcement cards nakedly? The crazy reaction of the duelists is a kind of praise for Bakass. Okay, duelists, don't worry, there will be different lucky people in the scene who will get these cards for free today. Bakass's words once again pushed the atmosphere to a climax. What is this? A living flesh Buddha? Exclamation mark. Some duelists are already thinking about how to get close to Bacchus, a wealthy and generous old uncle. They have decided that first they will go to the big country of Soradica to have an operation together. As long as you become the appearance that the other party likes, and then turn around, you can get all the resources. At this time, Bacchus didn't know that he was being targeted by a group of perverted duelists. He began to talk about how the lucky man was born. The event in Duel City was very successful. In this cruel system, an unprecedented duelist was born. At this point, Bacchus raised his hand to signal the lighting engineer, asking him to accurately shine the strong light on a certain position. Darn, that's right. We need the Duel King to cooperate with this event. Bacchus formally invited Miao to come up. Miao was illuminated by the strong light, and his expression at this moment was very unexpected. Because Bacchus had never discussed it with him before. Things were already like this. Miao chose to walk to the stage, and under the eyes of everyone, they all made way for the other party to walk. During this period, some people even started to discuss, awesome, is this the Duel King himself? It turns out that the three ultimate mythical gods and Exodia are in his hands. Tell me, is there a possibility that the Duel King prefers cute boys? Miao had no idea that he, like Bacchus, had gradually been targeted by a group of perverted duelists. Chapter 192. Bacchus is shocked and upset. Click flashes flashed, and they frantically captured the epic scene in front of them. The father of monsters, Bacchus. The winner of the Duel Kingdom, Muto. The Duel King, Miao. The three of them gathered together, and were engraved in the photo in the most perfect posture. At this time, Miao actually found that there was a female reporter in the audience, who turned out to be Janouchi's sister, Shizuka. Shizuka seemed to realize that Miao had discovered her. She smiled and held up the camera, making a yeah gesture. Oh, Miao boy, this is our first meeting. Bacchus put his hand on Miao's shoulder in a friendly manner. Miao knew Bacchus's past and his crazy plan to write a memoir of his deceased wife. Otherwise, he would have definitely believed that this guy was a gay. Very strong. Although Bacchus no longer had the 1000-year artifact, as a duelist, he could feel the terrifying sense of oppression coming from Miao. This sense of oppression was too terrifying. I believe that, when ordinary duelists feel this pressure, they may no longer have the heart to duel, but will be scared to admit defeat on the spot. At first, it was hard for Bacchus to believe that a genius like Game Boy would lose the finals. But when he came into close contact with Miao, Bacchus understood everything instantly. It is amazing that there is such a duelist in this world! Exclamation mark. Miao's aura is very invasive. Bacchus couldn't help but recall the past. If Miao was also in the Duel Kingdom, maybe his end would be very miserable. Not only Bacchus, but also Taper Liang, who was hiding somewhere below, could feel the increasingly terrifying energy on Miao. In such a short time, Miao's dark energy could actually increase so quickly. This growth rate surprised and Taper Liang. Anyway, in his eyes, Miao can no longer be regarded as a human being. This is a monster walking in the world! Exclamation mark. The three phantom gods, Exodia and the huge dark power, and Taper Liang found that Miao's threat has reached a peak, and he actually has no way to deal with him. Damn it, and Million cursed secretly. When Million saw Miao for the first time at the Sakura Voice, he knew that this person would become a very troublesome and uncertain factor. But Million didn't expect this process to be so fast. At this time, Miao looked at Bacchus and said, "You didn't even tell me in advance, so what do you want to do by inviting me up?" Miao has a mission today, and he must always be vigilant against unknown dangers and invasions. Bacchus opened his hands and laughed. "Oh, Miao boy, I'm not the protagonist today, and you are the real protagonist." Next, Bacchus announced the third series, which is a brand new series of monster card decks. The theme is Fallen Angels. Fallen Angels? Or Fallen Angels? At this time, Miao has guessed what the series launched by Bacchus is. That is the Angel series monster headed by the Fallen Angel field. Angels are sacred and beautiful beings. In the past, the International Illusion Society also referred to this object to develop cards about angels. But what if the angels fall? An idea is a bold blasphemy, but also a bold attempt. In this inspiration, Bacchus personally took charge of this series, and the research and development process was also very successful. This further proves that fallen angels do exist in the elf world. Miao boy, today's 3-card series will be randomly decided to be given to 3 lucky people on the scene. Bika covered her eyes and learned from Nicolaffi, explaining loudly. Miao looked at the various cards in Xiaobio's hands, and he asked back, random selection, how should I do it? Bacchus had someone transport out a transparent machine. If Cabasitos is the Blue Eyes Goggle lottery machine, then this one is the Carton Goggle lottery machine. In the card welfare range just distributed, some of the cards have numbers on the back. These numbers correspond to the numbers of the spheres inside the cartoon lottery machine. Miao needs to randomly select 3 spheres from the inside of the cartoon lottery machine within a specific time. 3 lucky people are born. After listening to Bacchus' explanation, Janauchi turned over the lightning strike he had picked up and indeed found a small sticker on the upper left corner. The number on the sticker was 555. Great, there are number stickers. I have a chance to become a lucky person. Janauchi was ecstatic. Not only Janauchi, but also the duelists who had just picked up the cards began to check whether there were number stickers on the back of the cards. Unfortunately, most people's cards did not have stickers. Some people even started to rob. The professional KC black-clad bodyguards would invite all these duelists who robbed them out for tea. Anzi and Xiao Judai's cards also had sticker symbols. One was 999, and the other was 886. I'm so excited. I wonder if I will become a lucky person. Anzi looked at the stage. She was actually very interested in this Fallen Angel series. After all, this is the Angel family. At this time, Anzi found that there was a black magic girl wandering around her. Since being rescued by Miao last time, Anzi found that she could occasionally see strange elves, but this ability was sometimes absent. The hot girl memorized the numbers on the cards of Anzi and Kojashiro, and ran to Janauchi. Anzi subconsciously felt very strange. This black magic girl should belong to Miao. On the stage, the countdown of the turntable began, and at the last second, 3 balls rolled out of the lottery machine. Because the balls were still spinning, no one could see the numbers on them. At this moment, Miao used Exodius time stop. Smash Virudo. The moment time stopped, the hot girl told Miao the numbers of Anzi and the 3. Immediately afterwards, Laoai's arms did not destroy the lottery machine itself, but entered the interior, as if penetrating into the water. Under Miao's deliberate control, he asked Laoai to directly draw out the balls of the 3 numbers 999, 886, and 555. As for the other 3 numbers, Laoai put them back directly. Timer flow began. Miao showed the 3 balls in his hand. The lucky ones were Janauchi, Anzi Mazuki, and Kojashiro. Bacchus's expression was a bit strange. He didn't know that Yujo Jude, but he was very familiar with Mazuki Kyoko and Janauchi. Is there really such a coincidence in the world? Xiaobio looked at Miao without saying anything. Just now, his Millennium bricks showed abnormalities. The other me seemed to have noticed that Miao had done something at the last moment. However, there was no evidence for such a thing, and Xiaobio certainly would not take the initiative to say it. Bacchus was extremely speechless and sent out the 3 series of reinforcement packs. When Janauchi received the award on the stage, he smiled like a dog from beginning to end and kept holding Bacchus' hand and shouting, "Good man, thank you very much." The happier Janauchi laughed, the more Bacchus' face turned into a pig liver color. In the end, Xiaobio chose the hero reinforcement pack. Janauchi happily accepted the 6 samurai. Anyway, he also got a general in Duel City. Kyoko found that no one was competing with her for the Fallen Angel, which was just right. She also liked the Angel family very much. Everyone has a bright future. Miao hides his merits and fame. This is a small lesson for Bacchus to force himself to come up. Lucky guy, right? Then Miao gave these reinforcement packs to people he knew. Bacchus always felt a little uncomfortable, but he couldn't tell the reason. Chapter 193 Overlord's Invasion. On the open-air observation deck. Congratulations to the 3 lucky ones. They will receive a brand new booster pack. The TV was showing the grand event of the International Illusion Society in Tangshiai City. Dazzy had been observing the city since just now. There was a hurried sound of footsteps behind him. A strong man with yellow hair and a black jacket said respectfully, "Lord Dazzy, all the living forces related to Doma in Tangshiai City have been evacuated." Dazzy nodded, indicating that he knew. Raphael subconsciously asked, "Lord Dazzy, is there something going to happen in Tangshiai City?" Dazzy sneered, "Here it comes. The show is about to begin." For him, maybe it's a good choice to sit back and watch the fight. Raphael looked up and found that it was getting dark a little fast, and this feeling was very unusual. At the same time, on the TV screen in front of Dazzy, a terrifying black cloud rolled up on the surface of the sky, accompanied by the sudden appearance of terrifying flames. Boom! Exclamation mark. A huge explosion sounded instantly, and then Dazzy suddenly laughed happily, as if he had seen something very interesting. Ha 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 ha. At this time, in the sky above the distant Tangshiai City, in the vortex of dark clouds, a sharp and huge black castle slowly extended. It was an inverted overlord city. At the same time, different numbers of big fireballs were ejected from the top of this black castle. These big fireballs bombarded the ground crazily. In this horrible bombing, Tangshiai City should have suffered heavy casualties and various buildings collapsed. However, all this happened very strangely, and no building collapsed. Even Tangshiai City, which should have been scarred, became more prosperous and safe under the attack of these big fireballs. This strange phenomenon surprised Dazzy, who was sitting in front of the TV, until he controlled the monitor in the air outside and observed the panoramic view of the entire Tangshiai City. "Miao, you damn bastard." Dazzy's happy mood just now disappeared, and he slammed the red wine glass in his hand to the ground. Because Dazzy saw that the magic circle of a Leher gang surrounded the entire Tangshiai City. However, this magic circle of a Leher gang was blue, which was two different extremes from the green magic circle of a Leher gang he held. Dazzy finally knew one thing. The power of a Leher gang that was stolen from him was indeed stolen by Miao! Exclamation mark. He didn't even know what Miao, the exorcist, did to tie the great power of a Leher gang into this weird blue. The big fireballs ejected from the Overlord city finally stopped output. No matter how many big fireballs were ejected, they would be resisted by the magic circle below. At this moment, the central square of Tangshiai City, which almost concentrated the entire Tangshiai City, seemed to have fallen into chaos. After all, on a good day, an inverted black castle suddenly appeared in the sky, and various big fireballs fell towards the city. This scene was scary enough. Wow, we are not dead yet? Is it this blue magic circle outside that protects us? This group of duelists and passers-by who survived the disaster immediately focused all their attention on the magic stripes under their feet that were emitting a faint blue light. Miao, who was standing on the stage, held a shining Alhagang magic circle blue in his hand. Through the injection and projection of dark power, this different version of Alhagang magic circle blue did have a lot of defensive effects. At least it blocked all the attacks from the sky. This was also the result of Miao's busy work all day. After he came back yesterday, he set up this defensive barrier in Tangshiai City! Exclamation mark. If the magic holy barrier was still there, the effect would be several times better than this. But now, this effect is already very good, and Miao can't continue to ask for too much. Yuji, Bakas and others noticed that the card in Miao's hand kept flashing blue light, and they instantly realized something. Miao should know something. He is protecting this Tangshiai City. Ding Miao boy, what on earth happened? Bakas looked terrified. He was really confused. Today was supposed to be a grand day. How come a strange black castle suddenly appeared in the sky and then launched an attack on Tangshiai City? Invasion. An external force is attacking this world. Miao raised the card with a flashing blue light in his hand and said, "I don't know how long this barrier can last. If you don't want this city to get into trouble, you must solve the source of the problem as soon as possible." At this time, on the Dark Throne, the Overlord took in the strange scenes of Tangshiai City one by one, and he spoke in a steady and hoarse voice. "This power seems a little familiar." Yubel appeared. She seemed to have thought of something and explained, "Lord Overlord, the light of destruction from outside the universe seems to have some connection with this power." At the moment the Overlord did not speak. He looked at the Gang magic circle below and determined that this was a power from outside the universe. Buzz buzz buzz. The fireball attack was useless. A group of demon monsters from the Dark Realm suddenly emerged from Overlord's city. They were trying to force a breakthrough. However, once these demon monsters from the Dark Realm touched the Gang magic circle, they were immediately shattered. Lord Overlord, let me drive the D-wheel and try to break through from the bottom. Paradox's voice appeared. The man who was supposed to come back to assassinate Bacchus had not forgotten his original intention at this moment. Overlord's golden eyes looked over, and at this moment Paradox's face was engraved with several different colors of text symbols. Bitterness, hatred, sadness, anger, and doubt. A total of 5 fonts. Exclamation mark. Paradox was distressed by the destruction of the future, hated his own weakness for the destruction of the future, and felt sad for the humans who caused the destruction of the future. All kinds of emotional fonts. Paradox occupied them all. Yubel was very shocked at the time. Then you go and try it, Overlord said. Even if he was controlled, Paradox's original intention was still there. Bacchus, you have already chosen a way to die. Paradox left Overlord's city on the D-wheel, and Yubel even asked the remaining Dark Demon army to follow him. It was reasonable that the D-wheel could fly in mid-air. Paradox drove his own exclusive D-wheel and broke through from the outermost part of Tamino City. The defense of the Gang magic circle blue did not seem to have much effect on people like Paradox. Paradox's face was full of science. He and the power of the future radiated from the D-wheel suddenly crashed into the outer periphery of the magic barrier in front of him. The Gang magic circle blue, which could resist the attack power of Overlord City, was broken by Paradox alone. The dark demons behind him all followed the rhythm of Paradox and invaded the city from this gap. However, at this time, a group of duelists wearing black cloaks emerged from various places. Gwah, these guys are disgusting. Don't worry about it. We are a good organization of gurus. We must stop these demons from the dark world, who look so stupid. Long live gurus, let gurus be great again. The demons from the dark world began to be surrounded by this dense group of gurus hunters. As demons, they were forced to duel by this group of funny people wearing black coats. Exclamation mark. Don't block the way, you ignorant humans. Paradox had a ferocious expression, and his D-wheel emitted a strange wave field, which was filled with unusual power. Roar. A dragon roared. The filthy stardust dragon suddenly appeared, and terrifying energy condensed on its mouth, and sprayed out instantly. Gwah, it's an elf, retreat quickly. But it was too late. Some of the guru's hunters were blown away by this energy, and each of them suffered a lot of damage. Not only that, Paradox became ruthless and even beat his own people. Whether it was the demons of the Dark Realm or the people of gurus, all of them were hindering Paradox. At this time, Paradox only had one thought left, that is, he must kill Pegasus, the father of duel monsters. Never forget the original intention. Under the strong attack of Paradox, the hunters of gurus wailed continuously. Go to hell. Paradox once again drove the controlled Stardust Dragon to burst out with terrifying energy. This time he wanted to solve the guys in front of him at once. Boom. Exclamation mark. Supersonic roar. Sprayed out. In front of the terrifying energy, the group of gurus hunters who were hit could not survive. The same piercing cry. Exclamation mark. The strange rose petals pieced together a shield to help the group of gurus hunters resist the attack of the Stardust Dragon. At the same time, the Black Rose Dragon, in the posture of dueling monster spirits, pounced on the Stardust Dragon. The two dragons began to fight. What? The Black Rose Dragon of the Synchro Monster. Although Paradox was controlled, he was still shocked by the scene in front of him. Why do Synchro Monsters exist in this era? Slow footsteps sounded. Who are you? Paradox found a man suddenly appeared in front of him. The other party had the same golden eyes as Overlord, and a stranger appeared on the duel disc that was completely inconsistent with the era. This man revealed something wrong. Miao, I'm here to stop you. Miao opened the duel disc and saw several fonts on Paradox's face. He also looked at the task suspiciously. Adventure task, evil heart doctrine, details, emotions are the source of evil that manipulates people. Different evil heart fonts will breed different degrees of evil. Objective: defeat special duelists and collect evil doctrines and emotions. Reward: penalty, none time. 3 hours looking at the big words on Uncle Paradox's face, Miao had an idea in his heart. No way, is there really such a thing? However, Uncle Paradox is not so easy to talk to. Since force cannot make this non-mainstream man give way, he will use supreme skills. Playing cards! Exclamation mark. Let me teach you what stupidity is. Uncle Paradox's D-wheel began to unfold, and its size became several times larger again. Chapter 194: The Fate of Paradox. Uncle Paradox wants to use a duel to clear the way. Miao has no objection. This is exactly what he wants. Unfortunately, not everything can go as one wishes. Because Yuji is here. Ding, the 1,000-year-old building blocks are shaking, and the golden light makes him become another person. Miao, let's fight side by side. Dark Yuji appeared beside Miao. He looked at the man driving the D-wheeler in front of him with a serious expression. He would not allow anyone to harm the city. Miao was about to say something. Miao, our cooperation will definitely solve this crisis soon. Yuji said very enthusiastically. No, I want to say. Miao was interrupted by another person. It was Xingzi. She also ran over and even opened the duel disc to express her intention to join the duel. This city does not belong to Miao and Yuji alone. She is now also a duelist. Miao is silent now. He just wants to say, I don't need teammates. However, 1 against 3 seems to have become the fate of Paradox. No matter how he escapes, he always falls into a 1 against 3 situation. This time, Paradox was going to fight 3 people alone, and it became Miao plus Xingzi plus Yuji. It doesn't matter, you 3 can go together. Paradox was not afraid of Miao and Dark Yuji at all. He believed that his strength could crush everything. As for Xingzi, who is this? One look at her hairstyle, and you can tell that she is not very strong. She was ignored by Paradox. This duel was finalized. Coincidentally, in the shadow next door, the Rabbit Demon King was peeping. No one knew what he was thinking. There were even more people at the scene. Brother, is this really okay? Kipi looked at Sito Kaba next to him and asked carefully. How could Kaba not know what happened in Minnow City just now? Kaba came here just to play cards. Yuji and Miao should have a position for him. Masaki Xingzi. Kaba's tone was very complicated. His dual position was replaced by this woman. A feeling of being a victim made Kaba re-examine the woman Xingzi. After Kaba's dual position was taken away by the cow, the duel begins. Duel asterisk 4 exclamation point. Paradox. 12,000 LP Miao slash apricot slash UG. 4,000 LP. This is a multiplayer battle. After Miao and the others finish their turns, they will immediately enter the other party's turn. And Miao and the other to share 4,000 HP. My turn. Draw a card. Dark Yuji took the initiative first, and he covered 3 cards from the deck, ending his turn directly. After seeing this, Paradox laughed on his face, and he shouted, it seems that you are not that great. Let me kill you instantly. Draw a card. Sin domain. Paradox activated this continuous magic card from his hand. This continuous magic card can be activated by retrieving a Sin world from the deck. While this continuous magic exists, both parties cannot use cards in the field area as a target of the effect. A field card popped out of the deck, and Paradox placed this field in the field area. In an instant, the whole world was dyed with various bright and colorful colors. This is a world full of sin. This card cannot be normal summoned. You can only special summon it when you send Cyber Dragon from your extra deck to the graveyard. After Paradox finished speaking, he sent a fusion monster from the extra deck to the graveyard. Ding, a huge monster appeared on the field. Since Cyber Dragon, 4,000 attack power, machine type, a monster with 4,000 attack power was summoned so easily, Xingzi felt the opponent's terrifying strength. This is the characteristic of the Sin series. By sending in different original monsters, the corresponding Sin monster is special summoned. My power is not limited to this. Continue to send the Stardust Dragon from the extra deck to the graveyard, and I special summon the Sin Stardust Dragon in my hand. Paradox raised the monster card in his hand. Boom, the filthy star power is flowing, and Yuso's trump card monster is summoned into the field. Sin Stardust Dragon. 2500 attack power. Dragon. Another monster is coming. Paradox's strength is far beyond Kyoko's imagination. The appearance of two Sin monsters made Paradox's arrogance reach its peak. Disappear. Annoying duelist. Sin Stardust Dragon. Attack. At this moment, Dark Yuji opened the trap card. Hano's noble power. Holy shield. Your monsters are indeed very strong, but destroy them all. Dark Yuji said calmly. However, Paradox was not panicked at all, and he activated the effect of Sin Stardust Dragon at this moment. The original Sin Stardust Dragon has the effect of the original Stardust Dragon. As long as this card is released, the cards on the field can be invalidated and destroyed when the effects of destructive magic, traps, and effect monsters are activated. With Roar of Dragon, Sin Stardust Dragon was released, and the Holy Shield was invalidated and destroyed. It actually has this effect. Dark Yuji was shocked. You have no other means. Take this 4000 attack. Paradox ordered Sin End Dragon to defeat the opponent. Super Evolution Flame of Sin. Boom, the terrifying energy gushed out. In the world of Yu-Gi-Oh, the law of smoke without damages also followed. When the smoke dispersed, Paradox was surprised to find that Yuji was not defeated by Cyber End Dragon. What? Paradox was puzzled. Before you attacked, I activated this quick attack magic card. Dark Yuji pointed to the Curie Ball calling flute next to him. This Curie Ball calling flute allows Dark Yuji to add a Kuraru or winged Kuraru from the deck to his hand or summon it to the field. No matter how terrible your attack is, as long as I discard the Kuraru in my hand, you will never succeed. Dark Yuji said proudly. Realizing that he was tricked by the Kuraru, Paradox was extremely angry, and he ended the round very unwillingly. At this moment, the Sin Stardust Dragon in Paradox's graveyard was revived directly. Sin Stardust Dragon released by the effect can be revived at the end of the turn in this way. It's my turn. Draw a card. Anzi was nervous and drew a card from the deck. As a new duelist, it was a test for her to participate in a duel of this level right from the start. Great, I drew it. Anzi showed a fallen angel, Mostima from her hand, and she explained loudly, to activate, discard 2 fallen angel cards other than this card from your hand, and this card will be special summoned from your hand. Anzi sent the other 2 monsters to the graveyard and special summoned this fallen angel, Mostima. Darn fallen angel, Mostima, 2680k, angel type. It's not over yet. I haven't normal summoned it yet, so I'll use this Mostima as a tribute to advanced summon. Anzi raised a 10-star angel type monster card in her hand. 10 stars but only 1 tribute? Paradox looked strange. This 10-star monster can release 1 angel type monster for a super summon. Xingzi placed the ace monster in her hand in the monster zone. Ding fallen angel, Diesel, 3000 attack power, angel type, so it's this card. Miao counted the cards Xingzi used in her hand, a total of 341, and she had already spent 4 cards. It seems that the fallen angel series developed by Bacchus is still lacking a lot of thigh cards. A monster with only 3000 attack power can't do anything, except defeat my Sin Stardust Dragon. Paradox's expression is still very confident. This is the confidence brought by the 4000 panel of Sin End Dragon. So Wadakana. Xingzi shouted the lines that Miao and Yuji often used. She continued, activate the effect of Fallen Angel, Diesel, reduce the attack power by 1000, and send your Sin End Dragon to the graveyard. Heaven's Gate. Fallen Angel, Diesel. 30,002,080k. Diesel waved the weapon in his hand and cut a round gate in front of him. This gate became real, and a huge absorption force emerged from it. Sin End Dragon was directly sucked into the Heaven's Gate and could not get up again. Damn, it's this kind of graveyard effect. Paradox gritted his teeth. If it was a destructive effect, he could continue to use Stardust Dragon to resist. Unfortunately, Stardust Dragon cannot prevent this kind of graveyard effect. Destruction Graveyard. With a decrease of 1080k, your fallen angel monster is no match for Stardust Dragon. This is tying yourself up in knots. Paradox said in a light tone. No, you forgot that I still have a face-up card on the field. Anzu said playfully. At this time, Paradox noticed the face-up card on Anzu's field. It was the card left by Yuji Muto in the previous turn. Anzu opened this trap card. Burgess Monster Giant Worm. This trap card can reduce the attack power of face-up monsters on the field to half. Anzu chose Stardust Dragon to reduce its attack power. Since Stardust Dragon 25,001,250 attack power. In this way, even a fallen angel with 2000 attack power can be defeated. Anzu entered the battle phase. Diesel defeated Sin Stardust Dragon. Through this battle breaking method, Stardust Dragon can no longer jump out of the graveyard. Paradox began to take damage. Paradox 12,000 LP, 11,250 LP. I was actually broken by such a guy. Paradox couldn't believe it. He originally thought that this woman was a breakthrough point, a weakness given for free. But he didn't expect that the opponent could defeat both the Sin End Dragon and the Sin Stardust Dragon in one round. It even caused damage to his health. Well done, Anzi. Yami Yuji praised. Compared to the beginner Janouchi, Anzi is undoubtedly much stronger. Anzi smiled and nodded, then looked at Miao, as if saying with her eyes, praise me quickly. Miao had no choice but to give Xingzi a thumbs up. You are great. Anzi laughed even more happily now. However, Kabasito, who was behind him, saw everything and clenched his fists. Damn it. Kaba's tone was complicated. He should have played cards in that position. And the one who enjoyed the surprised and admiring looks of Miao and Yuji should have been him. But Kaba had to admit one thing. Masaki Anzi, this woman did a good job. Since series, the effects of the anime and real cards are different. 0, 0, 0, 0. There should be more tonight. Chapter 195. Defeat evil. Become evil. Sin is far more than this. Paradox was bullied by Anzi, and he must save face in the next turn. Anzi covered a card on the field and chose to end the turn. The turn came to Paradox again. He activated the effect of Sin World. This field card does not need to draw a card. He can add a Sin monster from the deck to his hand. Activate magic card, Sin Cross. Paradox uses this magic card to ignore the summoning conditions and select a Sin field in the graveyard to special summon on his field. Boom, Sin Stardust Dragon. Paradox revived this monster and normal summoned a monster in his hand at the same time. Sin Parallel Gear. 0. Mechanical/adjustment. Adjustment monster. When Yami Yuji saw this monster, he instantly remembered Miao's running Synchro in Duel City. The man in front of him was going to use Synchro Summon. Paradox began to wave his hands, and he let the two monsters start Synchro Summoning. BIU inside the Sin world, there is a special force field emitted by the Paradox D wheel, so he can use Synchro monsters at will. Led by the 2 stars of the parallel gear, the Sin Stardust Dragon also turned into 8 stars. 2 plus 8 equals 10! Exclamation mark. When the dead and the living meet in the void, the contradiction makes all the truths of the world seem ridiculous. Be born according to my will. Sin Paradox Dragon. Boom. A strong hurricane blew. A dragon monster with a silver exoskeleton entered the field. Sin Paradox Dragon. 4000 attack power. Dragon/Synchro. Another Synchro monster. In addition to Miao, is there anyone else who can use this power? Kaba rubbed his thumb. He has recently recruited a lot of talents in this field, but there is no real explanation for what Synchro monsters are. Kaba has a hunch that this idiot who is trying to fight 3 people alone should be very familiar with this kind of Synchro monster. Unfortunately, the damned Masaki Anko took his place, otherwise Kaba could have tried to find out something from the opponent during the duel. At this moment, Zyobio's soul body couldn't help but appear. He looked at Yami Yuji and said, another me, this opponent. Yami Yuji knew what Abo wanted to say. The duelist in front of him liked to special summon these monsters with extremely high attack power, and he also liked to be reckless. Yami Yuji had already said it very tactfully. If you were to say it with a lower ek, then Paradox was very stubborn. Aren't you really afraid that there are cards like Magic Cylinder in the backfield? The entry of Sin Paradox Dragon made Anko very nervous. According to her understanding of Synchro monsters, these monsters definitely hide terrible effects. For example, Miao's Orochi! Exclamation mark. Hahaha, let you ignorant duelists know how powerful Sin Paradox Dragon is. As soon as the voice fell, a black hole appeared on the Paradox field. Sin Stardust Dragon was about to be resurrected from the crack. When this card Sin Paradox Dragon is synchro summoned successfully, you can activate this by targeting one synchro monster in your graveyard, and that monster will be special summoned regardless of the summoning conditions. Then, all monsters on your field must reduce the attack value of this revived synchro monster. However, at this moment, Anzi caught Paradox off guard. Open the trap card, God's Fallen Angel. Ding, the only fallen angel monster that Anzi created was sent to the graveyard as a price, and a beam of God's light fell. Sin Paradox Dragon was immediately bathed in it, and all its effects were invalidated. Sin Stardust Dragon failed to revive! Exclamation mark. Damn it, you actually covered the trap card of the invalid monster. Paradox looked like he had eaten shit. He finally realized that the woman in front of him looked harmless, but her mind was very dirty. Due to the follow-up effect of God's Fallen Angel, Anzi's life value increased by 4000 points of the opponent's monster. Zingzi. 4000 LP, 8000 LP. Since Stardust Dragon cannot be resurrected, how can Paradox be afraid? Paradox is as stubborn as ever. He chooses to let Sin Paradox Dragon attack. Although you prevented Stardust Dragon from resurrecting, please take this battle damage. Be gentle with women? Not happening. Paradox was really tricked by Zingzi. Sin Paradox Dragon instantly erupted with a scorching light attack. Hold on, Zingzi. Yami Yuji cheered for the other party. Since he chose to be a duelist, he had to face some things by himself. Zingzi took on this wave of attacks alone. Even Miao couldn't help but give Zingzi a thumbs up in his heart. Zingzi, the cheerleader who served as the background board, seemed to have become a qualified duelist. It seems that dueling can really change a person. Zingzi wiped the sweat from her face and raised her thumbs up to Miao to indicate that she was fine. Zio Biro. Actually, Zingzi felt a little uncomfortable at this time. She still couldn't keep her life value stable during her turn. Zingzi. 4000 LP. Hahaha, you are just as ridiculous as a candle in the wind. I cover 3 cards and end the turn. Paradox opened his mouth and laughed. He was already sure of victory, and the sad font on his face gradually became smaller. It is typical that he is about to win the card game and feels happy! Exclamation mark. Sorry, Miao, I leave it to you. Zingzi looked embarrassed. She was not familiar with this new deck yet, and many cards in it were not adjusted well. If there was more time to prepare, Zingzi would definitely be able to find better cards to deal with the situation just now. Miao stepped forward to comfort him. It's okay, leave it to me next. Since the 3 of them shared the life value, Miao couldn't do it, even if he wanted to hit his teammates, and he could only be forced to start the first team duel. Teammates are too troublesome. Draw a card. Miao drew a card from the deck, and the evil aura emanating from him made Paradox feel something was wrong. Even Yami Yuji himself was looking at Miao with a strange look. Why did he feel that the power emanating from Miao was so evil? Compared with the 2, Paradox was simply a good guy. Go. I activate the magic card, Angel's Charity. Miao started by banning cards to call out. This is a charm of duels. Draw 3 and discard 2. Normal summon Dark Summoner. He placed the card in the monster zone. Ding, Dark Summoner, 0 attack power, demon. This card can only be activated when it is normally summoned successfully. Miao can add one of God Flame Emperor, Thunder Emperor, Phantom Demon Emperor or one of the cards with any of the card names from the deck to the hand. Phantom Demon. Paradox's expression suddenly changed. He has studied monsters from every era, and monsters like the 3 Phantom Demons are of course within his scope of investigation. Not only Paradox, but also Yamita, Pirao and Kaba, who were hiding in the back and observing, were very surprised. It was an accident that Miao had mastered the power of the Phantom Demon. As for Kaba, Miao, have you gained new power? Kaba's expression became more and more complicated. He felt that he had been left far behind by the other party. This won't do. Kaba's heart was more eager for the card that surpassed the God card in Bakase's hand. Only by getting that card can Kaba surpass Miao and Yuji. Miao, take it. Tom AI emerged from the duel disc, and it personally helped Miao search the deck from the deck. Focus on a considerate service. As time went by, the character of this AI became more and more like the original Dark AI, and basically the word cowardly was written all over its face. AI Paradox suddenly focused on Tom AI. He felt that something was wrong with Miao's dual disk just now. This kind of technological product does not seem to exist in the future era, and this AI seems to have its own thoughts. How is this possible? Paradox suddenly had a bold idea. The destruction of the future is ultimately due to the accumulation of negative emotions in people's hearts caused by the synchro monsters, which cause negative thoughts around the world, to cause moment to undergo a negative irreversible rotation, resulting in an indescribable scale of 0-point reversal, and triggered the riots of various weapons in the Machine Emperor, and the final result was destruction. But an artificial intelligence with life. Why didn't Paradox and Z1 think of this method at the beginning? If there is an artificial intelligence with life and unlimited growth, can it forcibly change the 0-point reversal? Even if it can't be changed, can this artificial intelligence stop the riots of the Machine Emperor and various hot weapons? It's feasible. It's feasible! Exclamation mark. Paradox looked at Tom AI's flattering and pleasing expression to Miao, and knew that this artificial intelligence had unlimited potential, and possessed emotions that AI could not have. Moment, perpetual motion machine, is ruthless, but AI is affectionate. Hurry up, and give that AI to me, RRR. Paradox suddenly looked ferocious, and yelled at Miao. In fact, deep down, Paradox believed that assassinating Bacchus was a bad idea, but they had no choice. But now, seeing this AI full of unlimited potential and emotions, Paradox wanted to treat the other party as a baby and wife, and take good care of him, fearing that the other party would be hurt. The hope seen from Tom's AI, the font on Paradox's face gradually faded. Because hope made Paradox no longer sad, because hope made Paradox less doubtful at this time. The sickly Yubel, who was still in the castle, was incredulous. She exclaimed, "Impossible, this man is gradually getting rid of the control of the evil doctrine with amazing willpower and spirit. The evil doctrine is not impossible to break, but it is outrageous for Paradox to fight against it with his own will alone." Exclamation mark. This man carries a heavy thing. If you want to defeat evil, you must first become evil. The voice of the Overlord was cold and ruthless. It is precisely because Paradox carries too much. This amazing will overwhelms the evil doctrine. The Overlord couldn't help but smile, and he suddenly looked up to Paradox. This guy's not good at dueling, but the Overlord likes Paradox's willpower and inner darkness. Let's go for a walk. Overlord suddenly stood up, looking at the endless Tongxi city and said, "Lord Overlord, are you sure you want to do this?" Yubel wanted to dissuade him. She actually found that the man named Miao was very strange. The most direct feeling was that it was very dangerous. In addition, the nameless pharaoh of this era was still there. Yubel wanted Overlord to stabilize himself. But no one could change Overlord's decision. Something was guiding Overlord down, his golden eyes burning with fighting spirit. Chapter 196, The Dog-Licking Paradox. Give me that AI. Paradox had forgotten who Bacchus was. He only wanted to take away Miao's dual disk and Tom AI. If he had to choose, who would stare at a fake ghost? No, Tom AI looked shy. It hugged Miao's dual disk tightly and kept shouting, "Miao, this future man wants to take me away." As it said that, Tom AI twisted its body in a mean way. Miao looked at Tom AI. In his eyes, the original figure of Dark AI and this AI slowly overlapped. For the future, Miao grabbed Tom AI with one hand and warned, "I know you have exaggerated potential and the ability to change the world, but as long as I'm still here, you should put away those little thoughts in your heart." Tom AI nodded obediently, and it raised 3 cat paws and swore. First, absolutely obedient. Second, never act on impulse. Third, absolutely friendly and fair to humans. Miao put Tom AI back on the dual disk. He felt that he needed to teach him something. A big reason for the breakup between Yaosaku and an AI is that an AI has a limited lifespan. Once an AI loses its supervisor, it will immediately evolve and degenerate over a long period of time. It sounds a bit like the plot of the book, but that's the truth. Miao is different. His life can be longer, and even as long as he is there, Tom AI will not be able to make any waves. Don't yell at it. Paradox's face turned green. He regarded this Tomei as a treasure, but Miao tortured him wantonly. You have to use love to influence this AI with life, asshole! Exclamation mark. Next, Paradox's operation exclaimed to everyone, and he began to say all kinds of praise lines and cheesy love words to Tomei. The purpose is to highlight Miao's evil and shortcomings, so that Tomei will quickly abandon the other party. Paradox's duel disc has been open all the time. AI with unlimited potential, you should jump in quickly. However, the dog licker will not die well. This sentence also applies to Paradox. Tomei looked at Paradox arrogantly and shouted, "You are not worthy. I'm doing well with Lord Miao. You are not qualified to control my awesome Ignis." Even if he was rejected, Paradox still looked indifferent. He would continue to lick. Goddess? No, the value of this AI is immeasurable. At this time, Paradox focused his hatred on Miao. As long as he defeated the opponent, he could also snatch this AI. Just like that, Paradox has forgotten his original intention, and now he only wants to get this AI in front of him. Xingzi and Yuji are both messy in the wind. I always feel that the style of this duel has suddenly become weird. Enough, let me finish you off in this round. Miao came to play cards, not to see how Paradox pursues Tomei's favor. Through the Dark Summon God, I retrieve this magic card and add it to my hand. Miao showed the card in his hand, which is a continuous magic card, the solution of the 7 spirits. Exclamation mark. Activate the solution of the 7 spirits. As the effect of this card, when it is activated, add one of the 3 improved phantoms or 1 monster with any of the 3 card names from the deck to your hand. Miao searched for a card again, and this time he added one of the 3 phantoms to his hand. Dark Summoning God has a second effect. That is, as long as this card exists in the monster zone, you can summon a demon monster with 0 attack and defense in addition to the one you can summon once. This reminded Miao of a deck he used to have. Phantom Thunder Spirit. First, Dark Summoning God is a noble 2-star. What does 2-star mean? Noble. The second is the Order of Search. Dark Summoning God goes to 7 spirits to solve the problem, and then continues to search for Dark Summoning God, and continues to summon the second Dark Summoning God through the monster effect. Very good. There are 2 2-star monsters. What happens next is something you will never forget. I will normal summon this monster for the second time. Miao placed a card in his hand. A black mist emerged. Chaos Summoning God, 080k, Demon Tribe. Release this monster card, and special summon a tree phantom from your hand, ignoring the summoning conditions. Miao raised his hand card. Boom boom boom. Lightning and thunder roared furiously. A huge black crack appeared in the sky. In the crack, a huge monster with lightning wrapped all over its body descended. Thunder King, 4080k, Thunder Tribe. 4080k, you and I are the same duelist, Paradox said in a complicated tone. He was the kind of duelist who loved to special summon big monsters, but he didn't expect that the other party was also one of them. Don't flatter yourself. Chaos Summoning God has another effect, which banishes this card from the graveyard. Miao used this effect to add the field card Paradise Lost from the deck to his hand. As we all know, the Sin series deck must be run around a card. That is the field card Sin World. Once there is no field card, the Sin series is even uglier than the classic Axe deck. The rule of this era is that both sides share the same field. In simple terms, the field card can be used to crush the opponent's field. Paradox has the protection field of Sin domain on the field, but it cannot be immune to the crushing from the rules. I see, this is what you are planning, Miao. Yuji said with a smile. It seems that he also found that these Sin series monsters are very dependent on the Sin World field card. However, before Miao used this Lost Paradise, Paradox roared and activated a card. Do you think I haven't considered the weird rules of this backward era? Counter trap card, Declaration of Sin. This card cannot be invalidated after activation. After the card is activated, both sides cannot place new field cards within 3 rounds. Miao stared at this declaration of sin that he had never seen before and fell into deep thought. Damn, did you print this card on the spot? Miao just searched for Lost Paradise and Paradox activated this card on the spot. Okay, if you insist on playing this way, then Miao doesn't care. Activate the effect of 7 Spirits Gate release. Activate by discarding 1 card from your hand. Select 1 demon type monster with 0 attack and defense from your graveyard to special summon. Miao sent a card to the graveyard to revive an ugly monster. Boom boom boom. An ugly demon type monster enters the field. Phantom Summoning God. 0 attack. Demon type. A monster with 7 stars but 0 attack. Paradox remembered the angel's arms that Miao activated at the beginning of his turn. This card was probably sent to the graveyard at that time, but he didn't expect it to be revived at this time. Phantom Summoning God has a powerful effect. You can only activate it by releasing this card. I add any one of the 3 phantoms from my deck and graveyard to my hand. After that, you can special summon 10-star monster from the fire, thunder, or demon type with the same attack and defense values from your hand, ignoring the summoning conditions. Of course, through the effect of Phantom Summoning God, the special summoned monster cannot attack directly. Come out, the ultimate evil phantom. Miao special summoned the leader of the 3 phantom demons, Phantom Demon Emperor, Rabiel from the deck. Boom Phantom Demon Emperor, 4000 attack power, demon type, another monster with 4000 attack power. Paradox exclaimed. This monster looks like the God Warrior. Zingzi Phantom Demon Emperor subconsciously said. However, the Phantom Demon Emperor seemed to hear Zingzi's words, and he looked at the other party with a strange look. Don't mention the God Warrior, one of the 3 phantom gods, in front of him. The Phantom Demon Emperor's stomach still hurts slightly. He almost died under the crushing fist of the God Warrior. It was too tragic. In order to vent his anger, the Phantom Demon Emperor grabbed the Thunder Emperor and absorbed the power of his partner. Zzzz. The Thunder Emperor was released on the spot. Exclamation mark. The Phantom Demon Emperor can release monsters on the field and then increase the attack value. Miao explained easily. At this moment, the Phantom Demon Emperor, who had absorbed the power of the Thunder Emperor, was dyed gold all over his body, and visible lightning was wrapped around his body. Phantom Demon Emperor. 40,008,000 attack power, 8000 points. Paradox was frightened. How could this person's attack be more powerful than his own? Attack. Miao launched an attack, and when he entered the battle phase, a card in his hand released a terrifying aura. Noble Hand Trap. Phantom Demon Emperor Heavenly Ravage Fist. Discard this card from your hand, and you can activate it by targeting Phantom Demon Emperor on your field. This turn, the Phantom Demon Emperor's attack power is doubled, and it can attack all opponent's monsters once each. This effect can also be activated during the opponent's turn. Roar. At this moment, with the blessing of the Heaven's Ravaging Fist, the aura of the Phantom Demon Emperor shook the entire Tangxi city, and at the same time, the muscles all over his body began to swell. The back of the Phantom Demon Emperor even showed the muscle lines of the crying demon. Yes, it's a ghost back. Phantom Demon Emperor. 800,016,000 attack power. The Paradox Dragon has 4000 attack power, and the Phantom Demon Emperor's punch has 16,000 attack power. The difference of 12,000 combat damage can instantly destroy Paradox's 11,250 life points. Paradox opened the second face-up card. Sin Avoid. Pay half of the life points to activate and forcibly end the opponent's battle phase by destroying a sin monster on the field, and then exclude all monsters on the opponent's field. RRR. Paradox shouted. Paradox. 11,250 LP 5625 LP. What a pity. The 3 phantoms are not affected by the effects of trap cards. You ended my battle phase, but were unable to banish the Phantom Demon King. Miao explained. So what? I've achieved the result I wanted. I can't lose this duel to you. The destruction of the future will be saved by me. At this time, Paradox exuded a strong aura like the protagonist in a hot-blooded comic. He exploded. Paradox directly opened the third face-up card. Sin. Paradigm Shift. When the Sin Paradox Dragon on the field is destroyed, you can activate it by paying half of your basic points. Paradox can special summon one Sin True Dragon from your hand, deck, or graveyard. The truth that comes from nothingness makes all the tiny humans feel absurd and powerless. The shattered future sounds like a plot from a science fiction novel, just for fun. But this is the real future. Paradox and his group have gone too far, and they have no way to face the cruel future. Now, when he sees the AI held by Miao, Paradox wants to get it, even if it means burning his own life. Paradox 5625 LP 2813 LP. As we all know, in the rules of UGIO, all values less than 1 point will be counted as 1 point for realistic calculation. Come out, stay with me one last time. Sinreal Dragon. A terrifying light burst out from behind Paradox. Sinreal Dragon. 5000 attack power. Dragon Clan. This person Dark UG couldn't say anything. He could feel the sadness in Paradox. Although he didn't know where it came from, he felt that this duelist was not a real bad guy. Not only Dark UG had this feeling, but also Kyoko and Kaba, who was peeping from behind, could feel it. Rather than saying that Paradox is a bad guy, it's better to say that he is a desperate pioneer. As for Dr. Pirio, he didn't care. It's okay as long as Muto UG is fine! Exclamation mark. Although the Phantom Emperor can attack all monsters once, your battle phase has ended. Paradox looked at Miao with red eyes and roared, Paradox, survived. Next time, I will definitely do my best to defeat you and get that AI. Next round. Even if it costs everything, Paradox will definitely defeat Miao in the next round. It's wonderful. I admit that you are a real duelist. Miao was infected by Paradox's willpower. His face also showed his former madness and perversion for a long time. He shouted, but I just want to win. No matter what you are carrying, go to hell. Now, Paradox is really a decent person, and Miao has become a villain. Ding, Miao's graveyard is glowing. Exclude the 7-star Phantom Summoning God in the graveyard. Add a fusion dimension kill from the deck to my hand. Tomei continued to pass this magic card from the deck to Miao. At this moment, Paradox's expression was pale. Remember, I'm a duelist who will not let you win, just because of any reason you have. Only by winning the duel can you prove everything. Activate the magic card, Fusion Dimension Kill. Exclude 3 phantom demons from the hand, deck, and graveyard, and summon a fusion monster from the extra deck regardless of the conditions. On the field, Phantom Demon Emperor graveyard, Thunder Emperor. However, there is another card that is also in the graveyard, and that is the Divine Flame Emperor. When did it happen? Paradox muttered to himself. When did this God Flame Emperor enter the graveyard? Suddenly, everyone present remembered something. The 7 spirits unlock. Miao sent a card from his hand to the graveyard at that time, and revived the Phantom Summoning God in the graveyard, and the card sent to the graveyard was God Flame Emperor. How the ultimate fusion power tore apart. This fusion dimension kill, Paradox can't even use the card to negate it. When the ultimate evil came, Yuji and others were shocked by this terrifying evil demon. Chaos Phantom Amital, 0 attack power, demon/fusion, but your battle phase is over. Paradox looked at Chaos Phantom and said 0 attack power, but the oppression on his body is too strong, many times stronger than Sinreal Dragon. What's the matter, Kana? Miao looked at Paradox and said in a cold tone, this effect can be used in the main phase once a turn and gives your monster 10,000 battle damage. In the anime version of Chaos Phantom, this special ability is not considered combat, but the effect is judged as combat damage. Even without entering the combat stage, Chaos Phantom can still inflict 10,000 combat damage on the opponent's monster. The Conquest of Chaos. Amita roared to the sky, and 3 important parts of the Phantom on his body blasted out dark chaos energy. The Sinreal Dragon was annihilated in an instant. The difference of 5,000 combat damage began to backfire. Paradox looked up at the sky, covered with dark clouds, and he said unwillingly, why? Well, let him see hope, and then ruthlessly destroy it. Boom. The horrible chaos impact blasted Paradox away, and he rolled on the ground for several rounds before he stopped moving. The D-wheel belonging to Paradox began to smoke, fell to the ground and exploded. Paradox 0 LP. Xingzi covered her mouth. She couldn't bear to see this happen. Between the thick smoke and the blazing flames, a figure stood. His image seemed a little distorted, but more vivid in the light of the fire. Amid the dancing flames and the rolling smoke, Xingzi and Yuji looked at Miao's profile and once again felt each other's cruelty. However, Miao's eyes were very firm. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197. Shame on you. The failure of Paradox began to produce a series of consequences. First, the words on Paradox's face lying on the ground were quickly peeled off, and these strange negative emotions began to float into Yumao's duel disk. Hint, the Evil Heart Doctrine mission has been completed. Hint, get 5 special magic cards: suspicion, sorrow, suffering, hate, and anger. Yumao took a deep breath and unfolded these 5 magic cards for inspection. Evil Heart Doctrine. Suspicion. Equipment magic. Choose a monster on your field to equip. Guess the front and back once every turn, and if you guess correctly, the monster can directly attack the opponent in this turn, and if you guess wrong, all monsters on your field are destroyed. When this card is sent to the graveyard, the same card in the graveyard is excluded from the game. This card is simply outrageous. It was specially printed for Janouchi, right? But Yumao has a talent. The coins involving him in the first 3 times are always heads. It can only be said that this card is mediocre and even lost the face of ZCG. Evil Doctrine. Sorrow. Continuous magic. Whenever you banish a card from your graveyard, your opponent's graveyard must banish the same number of cards. When this card is sent to the graveyard, cards with the same name in the graveyard are banished from the game. This thing looks ordinary, but in fact there is no limit to once per turn. In fact, it may have a very powerful effect if it is developed, but this card still loses the spirit of ZCG. Evil Doctrine. Bitterness. Normal magic. Activate by discarding a card from your hand, and you can destroy up to 2 cards on the opponent's field. When this card is sent to the graveyard, cards with the same name in the graveyard are banished from the game. This is essentially a 2-for-2 card, but it is much better than those 2-for-1 cards. The only drawback is that it is a normal magic instead of a noble rush attack. This card still loses the face of ZCG. Evil Doctrine. Hatred. Continuous magic. Once per turn, you can send the top 2 cards of the opponent's deck to the graveyard. When this card is sent to the graveyard, cards with the same name in the graveyard are banished from the game. When seeing this thing, Yumao was shocked. This is a pure insider card. It's actively helping the opponent to pile up the graveyard, right? Not to mention the Pearl Tears Lamentation clan. Even other series will be grateful for this insider card. The previous few Evil Heart Doctrine can only be said to have average effects and are relatively salty, so this hate is really a piece of shit. The last magic card. Evil Heart Doctrine Wrath. Equipment magic. Equip a monster on your field. You can choose other monsters on your field to destroy, and the attack value of the destroyed monster is added to the equipped monster. When this card is sent to the graveyard, the same card in the graveyard is removed from the game. Yumao shook his head, indicating that it was salty. These things, even a dog would sigh when seeing them. Salty. So salty. These cards are simply embarrassing for ZCG. After the duel, and Million quietly left. He was not very willing to face Yumao in this weak state, and there was no benefit in staying. Kaba walked out from the other side. His white coat was flying without wind, completely defying physics. The broken D-wheel driven by Paradox made Kaba look uninterested. This kind of technology is not a product of this era. Kaba wanted to study the thing in front of him more and more. But Kaba still had something to do. Yuji, we will see each other soon. Kaba glanced at his destined enemy and left after saying this. At the same time, Xingzi felt that Kaba's eyes were looking at her dangerously, as if he regarded her as an enemy. Kaba knew one thing very well, that he was not Yuji's opponent now. He couldn't even beat the game machine that simulated the 3 mythical gods, let alone a living person. Kaba must make this guy Bacchus explode his gold coins. Kama, what on earth are you doing? Dark Yuji looked at Kaba's back, and he always felt that the other party seemed to be doing something. At this time, Paradox's hand weakly pulled at the edge of Yumao's trousers. You are still alive. Yumao's tone was quite surprised. Although Tangshiai City was defended by Miao's barrier during this disaster, in fact, most people had been evacuated by the official personnel of KC Group, and all hid in places like air raid shelters. KC Group is so powerful that it has taken over the work of the mayor. It is really reassuring that Tangshiai City has KC Group. However, among the different evacuation teams, one was obviously intercepted. In front of the team, a dark figure stood in the middle of the road, like a ruthless sculpture. It was the Overlord wearing black armor. This armor was as solid as iron and as cold as ice, without any extra decoration on it. There were only a few hard lines, as if announcing his ruthlessness. The existence of the Overlord itself is a threat. Every breath he takes is like a cold winter, making all the lives around him tremble. Who are you? Why are you blocking our way? Janouchi shouted at the man in black armor in front of him. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that this man looked very similar to Yuka's Jude. The Overlord's attention was not on Janouchi at all. His golden eyes scanned everyone present. Except for a few people, no one dared to look into the eyes of the Overlord. If one day, when you see your future self, what will you think? Who are you? Jude looked at the armored tyrant in front of him, and suddenly a terrifying guess was born in his heart. The Overlord looked at the young Jude. No wonder he was unconsciously attracted to him. It turned out to be himself. Looking at the innocent Jude and the painting he held tightly in his hands, the Overlord couldn't help but feel annoyed. My name is the Overlord. I'm the one who rules the 12 worlds, and this era is no exception. The Overlord answered Jude's question in a sharp voice. So, you are the one who wants to invade to Jino City? You are the one behind this? Janouchi clenched his fists. He almost wanted to rush up and beat him. The Overlord was still so cold. He only had eyes for Jude. The Overlord stretched out his palm. He looked at Jude and said, "Come here, I'm your future." Jude's face turned pale. He couldn't help shaking his head and said, "No, no, I will be a guy like you. How can I become someone like you?" How could Jude, who worshipped heroes and dreamed of being someone that everyone could rely on, accept such an absurd fact? To pursue the path of power, you must face all evil. You will become the greatest evil like me. The Overlord began to approach Jude. He was absolutely right. When you look into the abyss is also looking at you. If you don't become the most evil existence, how can you defeat other evils? 0. It's too late. I'll post it first, and then correct the typos and bugs. Chapter 198 The Awakening of the Little 10th Generation. Stop it now. Janouchi rushed forward, intending to stop the man called Overlord in front of him. What kind of skill is it to bully a child? Friendship fist. Janouchi punched the Overlord's armor. Overlord's expression changed. He actually felt a huge force from this mortal. Boom! This force forced Overlord to take a step back. When Janouchi wanted to continue the next move, Yubel's figure appeared behind Overlord first, and the powerful dark energy blasted the former away. Don't hurt my brother. Shizuka put down the camera in her arms. She ran over and stood in front of Overlord with her arms open. The idea of protecting her brother supported her with fear in her heart. Overlord had no idea about Janouchi and Shizuka. He just wanted to snatch Jude away and teach him the truth of this world. Only by giving up the innocence in your heart can you become the most evil existence. How can Shizuka resist Overlord? Overlord simply waved his arm, and the evil breath easily blew Shizuka away a few meters away. Little Jude held the painting in his hand, his face pale as he watched the Overlord approaching, his eyes almost red. Jude Yubel behind the Overlord showed a strange smile. She opened her arms, intending to take the other party over and love him hard. Turn the little Jude here into a little Overlord too. Yubel only had this innocent idea, one Overlord in each hand. Wouldn't it be very beautiful? However, at this time, a Yubel elf also appeared beside the little Jude. Don't touch my Jude. Although Yubel of the little Jude didn't understand the situation, she had made a choice. The two Yubels fought for the little Jude. If the Overlord's side is the strongest after evolution Yubel, then the little Jude currently holds the poor version of Yubel. How can he defeat the strongest after evolution Yubel who has not even been to the universe? Run away, my Jude. Yubel screamed, asking the other party to leave quickly. In the end, the little Jude was suppressed underground by the strongest after evolution with one hand. Jude's eyes turned red, and he turned around and ran away with the painting in his arms. Looking at Jude's fleeing back, Overlord's golden eyes looked at him and whispered, "You who are running away out of fear, do you still have the courage to stand in front of me again?" As soon as he finished speaking, Overlord showed an incredible expression, and he turned to look at Janouchi. Janouchi was indeed a duelist with the strongest will of mortals. His trembling body slowly stood up, and he opened the duel disc and looked at Overlord and said, "It seems that your target has always been that child. I can only stop you with a duel." Feeling Janouchi's amazing willpower, Overlord's golden pupils became hot, and he unfolded the black steel duel disc and shouted, "I accept this challenge. Duel. *2 On the wide road, a weak and lonely figure fled in panic. It was a little boy wearing a t-shirt with a duel monster pattern. He rushed forward as fast as he could, like a young bird that would pounce on the light. Although his steps were a little staggering, his escape speed was not slow. Because Xiao Jude was unwilling to face the cruel reality, and even more unwilling to accept that he would be such a person in the future, he chose to escape. Although he had already left the Overlord in armor, Xiao Jude always felt that the other party's eyes were always watching him from behind. Why is this happening? Xiao Jude was helpless and afraid, and he tripped and fell to the ground without paying attention, and the painting in his hand was blown away by the strong wind. Wow. Where is the hero who can come to save me? However, no one came to rescue Xiao Jude, and he could only use the skill that children are best at. That is to cry loudly. Suddenly, Xiao Jude saw Ultraman in front of him, which was the painting that was blown away just now, and the hero that he scribbled stroke by stroke. The painting stood upright on the road in a weird posture, and the scribbled Ultraman seemed to be looking at Xiao Jude. Xiao Jude wiped his tears. He sat up and looked at this Ultraman and began to think of his original intention. I want to be a hero, not a overlord who brings destruction. Jude clenched his fists, looked at Ultraman's sloppy eyes, and continued, I can't escape and let others take my responsibilities. After that, Jude grabbed the painting and began to return to the direction behind him. At this moment, the duel between Overlord and Janouchi is still going on. The indestructible evil heart hero, Deathblade Demon, is suppressing the whole field with an attacking posture. Evil heart hero, Deathblade Demon, 4000 attack power, Demon Clan / Fusion. Deathblade Demon has AoE destruction ability. Every time this ability is used to destroy an opponent's monster, it can increase 200 attack power. Overlord has used this method to make the 3000 attack power of the Deathblade Demon soar to 4000 attack power. The indestructible 4000 attack power monster also comes with an AoE indiscriminate destruction effect. Janouchi is very difficult to deal with, so he was suppressed by Overlord from the beginning of this duel. In the fierce duel between the two, Shizuka's keen hearing sensed someone running quickly behind him. Overlord also sensed it, and he looked forward with his golden eyes. It was the little Jude who ran back again. The child ran on the road with amazing courage and determination. Even though he was watched by the golden eyes of Overlord, the other party's steps did not stop. This was a contest between himself and himself, a confrontation between light and darkness. Every breath of Jude became extremely difficult, and every second that passed was full of great pressure. However, he did not give up. Jude ran forward with a firm step, using his weak body to fight against the powerful evil in front of him. You idiot, what are you doing back at this time? Janouchi looked at the little jellyfish head with a slightly annoyed expression. Jude's surprised behavior made Janouchi look confused. Because Jude jumped up, grabbed Janouchi's duel disc, and tried to pull it off. He shouted, I want to duel with Overlord. What? Listen to this human language? Janouchi immediately imitated the famous scene of Maori Kagoro beating Conan. He opened a bump on the top of Jude's head and shouted, you are just a child. Stay aside and don't make trouble. Jude covered the bump on his head. He still looked at Janouchi with stubborn eyes and replied, I won't escape. I will use my duel to tell this man in front of me I will never be a guy like him in the future. I want to be everyone's hero. Hissed. Janouchi took a breath of cold air. He actually felt the amazing willpower from this 5 or 6 year old elementary school student. The smallest unit of measurement for a true duelist is to implement his own will. The moment Jude chose to face the overlord, he successfully implemented his will. Chapter 199 Miao makes people feel at ease. Janouchi swallowed his saliva. He didn't know what to say. To be honest, he suddenly felt that the little Jude was a little handsome. This made Janouchi see himself as a child. Janouchi was born in an unfortunate family. His father was addicted to gambling and later became addicted to alcohol. This scumbag often got drunk and beat Shizuka. At that time, Janouchi, who was still a child, would use his body to protect Shizuka from being bullied. Even Janouchi would fight with his scumbag father. Facing a father who was several times bigger than himself, Janouchi had no fear at all because he had to face the cruel reality. If he retreated, Shizuka would be ruined. Later, the family divorced. Janouchi took the initiative to let Shizuka go to her mother, and she continued to live with her scumbag father. Janouchi saw himself in Jude, who once chose to fight with his father to protect his sister. Don't escape. Bravely face the cruel reality. Damn it. Woo 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 woo. Janouchi tried hard to hold back his tears. He grabbed Jude's arms with both hands and shook him. Why are you making me cry, you jellyfish head? But Janouchi's dual disc was an adult professional version, and Jude's body was completely incompatible and could not be used at all. At this time, a boy with freckles on his face and about the same age as Jude stood up. He took out a child-specific dual disc from his backpack and explained, "Well, if you don't mind, I have a dual disc here." From the moment the overlord appeared, the people in this area had already fled. This child with freckles on his face dared to stay here, which showed that he was very brave. Jude ran over excitedly and thanked him. "Thank you. What's your name? I will remember you in the future." The freckled boy looked shy. He looked at Jude and said, "My name is Ryan. Your courage makes me feel incredible. You are really an amazing person." Ryan is also a duelist and has been known as a genius since he was a child. But facing the overlord's gaze, Ryan would also lower his head unconsciously and would never do something like Zio Jude to challenge the other party. When everyone lowered their heads and became cowards, those who had the courage to resist were particularly dazzling. Zio Jude took the dual disc, placed the deck on it, and walked in front of the overlord. "Let me take over this duel and continue with you. You just need to maintain the current situation." The overlord looked at Zio Jude's young face full of hope, and his inner boredom became more and more agitated. Janouchi agreed with the other party, but he didn't want the other party to take over the duel. Although some things are understood, it is better to let adults solve them. At this time, the overlord looked at the top of a building behind him like a frightened bird. There was a person there, and the overlord didn't even notice the other party at first. Doesn't this mean that, as long as the other party wants, he can sneak attack him at any time? Miao didn't care about the overlord's discovery. His figure looked taller and taller under the reflection of the morning sun, like a mountain. At this moment, Miao's steps were steady and calm, and he jumped down from the top of the building in the next second. The world seemed to have stopped time, and Miao appeared between Janouchi and Overlord in the blink of an eye. Time stopping and pretending was taught to him by Dio in Egypt. "Miao, you are here as expected." The moment he saw the other party, Janouchi finally relaxed. Although Miao's personality was difficult to get along with, as long as he was there, he really felt at ease. Miao looked at Zio Jude, pointed his thumb to the back, and said, "Go, do what you believe in." Janouchi wanted to say something, but Miao blocked his mouth with one sentence. "I'm here to back you up. What are you afraid of? Can't you let this child give the other party an answer?" Miao left Janouchi speechless. Janouchi actually thought that this was okay from the bottom of his heart. This was the confidence that Miao gave Janouchi. Zio Jude used the children's version of the dual disc for the first time. Because this thing was a bit expensive, he begged his parents for a long time, but couldn't buy one. The overlord looked away from Miao, and he looked at Zio Jude and said, "My turn is over. It's your turn." When it was Zio Jude's turn, he shouted, "My future is not like yours. Draw a card." Swish. A card was drawn. I normal summon, elemental hero, Flame Man. Zio Jude summoned a monster. Ding elemental hero, Flame Man. 1200 attack power. Warrior. This is the reinforcement card released by Bacast today. Shizuka quickly picked up the camera and took a photo. At this time, Flame Man began to activate its effect. This card can only be activated when it is successfully summoned or special summoned. Zyujude adds 1 fusion from the deck to his hand. Elemental Hero. The Overlord said in a strange tone. Overlord, this is my fusion. My answer. Zyujude raised the fusion in his hand. The fusion condition is Elemental Hero monster plus Wind attribute monster. Elemental Hero, Flame Man plus Elemental Hero, Wing Man equals Elemental Hero, Tornado Man. The twisted fusion power rolled up, and a brand new hero fusion monster card appeared on the field of Jude. Elemental Hero, Tornado, 2880k, Warrior / Fusion. Damn, is it that handsome? Janouchi suddenly felt that the 6 samurai were not so attractive. The Overlord was slightly surprised. He looked at Tornado and said, at this age, you can actually master this kind of fusion power. Jude smiled and explained to the Overlord, the Elemental Hero is the coolest. Activate the effect of Tornado. Activate when this card is successfully fusion summoned. The attack and defense of all monsters on the opponent's field are reduced to half. Trembling Tornado. The breath of Tornado danced, and the field belonging to Tornado appeared. Although the Blade of Death will not be destroyed, the attack of Tornado will be permanently reduced. Evil Heart Hero, Blade of Death. 40,002,080k. Attack, my Elemental Hero. Jude declared an attack. Great Tornado Storm of Clean Carbon. The Great Tornado slapped his hands, and a terrifying tornado attacked the evil blade. It was not over yet. Zyujude planned to suppress the HP through this attack. He activated the Quick Attack Magic Concentrated Socket from his hand. This Quick Attack Magic card can increase the attack power of the Great Tornado to increase the value of its own defense. Great Tornado. 28,005,000 attack power. In this way, Zyujude's attack will cause at least 3,000 points of huge battle damage. Evil Blade will not be destroyed, but I will not take this damage. The Overlord opened a covered Quick Attack Magic card, Book of the Moon. The effect of the Book of the Moon can cover a face-up monster on the field. The monster that the Overlord wants to cover is not the Great Tornado, but the Evil Blade whose attack power has been reduced. Chapter 200 Overlord vs. Junior. That's right, the effect of the Book of Moon covered the Blade of Death. Then, the attack of the Great Tornado fell on the defensive Blade of Death. Since the Blade of Death cannot be destroyed, the Overlord also avoided a huge amount of battle damage. Not only that, by covering the Blade of Death, the moment the covered monster was turned over, the Blade of Death was refreshed back to 3,000 attack points. Oh no, the attack power of the Blade of Death has returned to the original 3,000 points. This way, the next turn, that monster can use its effect again and destroy the 2800 attack power of the Great Tornado indiscriminately. Janouchi just suffered a lot from this Blade of Death. This monster is very tricky. This is the Overlord. Great. Zyujude covered 2 cards from his hand and ended his turn. At this time, the Overlord drew cards from the deck. He never needed those fancy card drawing postures. To win, power is everything, so inner evil is necessary. Overlord must teach Jude-chan this. Overlord activates the effect of Evil Blade Death. Destroy all monsters on the opponent's field with an attack power less than or equal to the attack power of this card holding Evil Blade Death. This card's attack power increases by the number of monsters destroyed x 200. Death Field. Evil Blade Death emits the ultimate dark power. However, Jude-chan actually prepared open cover trap card, Breakthrough Skill. This breakthrough skill can be activated by targeting one effect monster on the opponent's field, and the effect of that opponent's monster is negated until the end of the turn. Sizzle. Red lightning wrapped around Evil Blade Death, and its effects were also negated. Big Tornado avoided being destroyed by an indiscriminate effect. Stupid tactics. Overlord placed the monster in his hand on the field. Bezevilhood Hero, Hellink, 1680k, Demon type. During your main phase, banish this card from the field, and you can activate this effect by targeting Evil Blade Deathfiend. As long as Evil Blade Deathfiend is face up on the field, it can attack twice during the same battle phase. After saying this, Overlord activated planetary transformation and retrieved Overlord City from the deck. Overlord City, activate. Evil hit heroes must have a stage for their battles. Boom boom boom, the towering black castle began to be projected, and the fierce flames made the whole scene more terrifying. Attack. You can only fight me if you accept the evil in your heart, Overlord said coldly. When attacking, Overlord City will activate its effect. Send one Evil Hit hero monster from the deck or extra deck to the graveyard, and then Evil Blade Defense 80k increases by the level of the monster sent to the graveyard x 200 until the end of the turn. Overlord sent a 7-star Evil Heart hero, Blade of the Dark, from his deck to the graveyard. Blade of the Dark. 30,004,480k. Oh no, this kid will lose. Shizuka sweated nervously. However, Overlord's attack was unstoppable. The strengthened Blade of the Dark slapped the Great Tornado. The next second, boom. The Great Tornado died on the spot. Zyujude was hit by the battle damage, and his fragile body resisted the impact. Zyujude. 2000 LP 400 LP. Since he was taking over the duel in Jinauchi, he should inherit the life value of the former. It's over. Blade of the Dark begins a second attack. Overlord said mercilessly. Except for Miao himself, everyone present believed that Zyujude would definitely lose. At this critical moment, Zyujude instantly opened the face-up card, the quick attack magic card, the calling flute of the chestnut ball. Ding, the light of the angel emerged. A coolie appeared on the field of Jude. Winged coolie, 200 defense, angel, a rare angel in the coolie family. The second attack of the Blade Death Demon was blocked by this coolie. When the winged coolie was sent to the graveyard, no matter what kind of battle damage Jude received in this round, it would be reduced to 0. Winged coolie. The restlessness in the heart of the Overlord became more and more intense. Those memories that had been buried in the past were attacking him. Only by guiding Jude to the path he thought was right, the Overlord could erase these dead memories again. Cover one card. End the turn. Under the protection of the winged Kuriko, no matter what the Overlord wanted to do, there was no way. Well done. Jinauchi cheered loudly. He was wondering if he should also get a coolie. This thing is very useful. Yuji and Miao have used it and said it is good. Now even the little jellyfish head has used it. If I don't use it, wouldn't it be out of touch? The question is there a warrior coolie? I wonder if Bakasu can help Jinauchi get a 6 samurai coolie wave. After finally surviving, Jude looked at his remaining 400 health points. This round might be his last chance to attack. He must seize the opportunity! Exclamation mark. Jude, come on. Ryan couldn't help but cheer for him loudly. He was kind-hearted and was also infected by the charm that Jude showed now. Jude raised his thumbs to Ryan, indicating that he would work hard. When the Overlord saw Jude starting to form a bond with his peers, he couldn't help but scold. Stupid, ridiculous things like friendship can't make you stronger. On the road to pursuing power, only evil is enough. Sooner or later, these so-called bonds will backfire on you. Jude didn't agree with this statement. He looked at the Overlord and roared, "So Wado Kana, I'm not you. I will never become someone like you." At this moment, Jude's fighting spirit was burning, and he jumped up and excitedly drew a card from the deck. Miao always felt that he had seen Zyushide's card drawing posture before. Oh, it turned out to be a certain leader who soared into the sky. Activate the effect of the graveyard trap card, exclude breakthrough skill, and once again invalidate the effect of the evil Blade Death Demon. The Overlord's expression did not change. He had been hit by this trick before. Angel's Charity. Through the power of the band card, Zyushide exchanged the resources in his hand. Magic card, Fusion Recycling. Through Fusion Recycling, Zyushide can recycle a magic card and fusion monster material from the graveyard 142. Zyushide still use the most trusted fusion and elemental heroes. Overlord, this is my favorite hero monster. Zyushide raised the fusion, and he fused the Winged Man and the Heart Eye Goddess. The Heart Eye Goddess can replace a recorded fusion material monster. In the interweaving of storm and fire, the beloved hero in the heart was born. This is the answer that Zyushide gave to the Overlord. Elemental hero, Flamewing Man, 2100 attack power, warrior/fusion. The scorching warm wind warmed up the entire battlefield. Although the attack power of Flame Wingman was average, its posture with its arms crossed was really impressive. Flame Wingman Overlord covered his forehead, which was beginning to hurt. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.